Oh. Hey, internet seems to be working better today. That's good. That's definitely a good start. All right. So, check. How's sound? Sound appears to be all right. All right. Well, maybe it's working. Let's hope, shall we? All right. So, I want to meow meow meow. Isn't that right, kitty? Kitty is extraordinarily purry right now. All right. Let's grab some snowflakes. Massive harvesting. Let's roll. So this is hopefully we've solved all the problems with Cox. We'll see. Okay. So that's that one last thing I was doing. I was working on improving Summoner. I really don't have time to do this right now, so let's go back to Le Plot, shall we? I have been improving Summoner's gear. I'm quite happy with Summoner's gear where it is. We'll keep working on that later. But for now, yeah, let's actually work on Summoner. No. Set a foundation. Welcome. Theatre, I've been expecting you. Words cannot well express how heartening it is to see you fighting beside us. Allow me to echo that sentiment. Oh, sorry. Deeper voice. Greetings, my friend. Lest you wonder, Lord Ontorial and I are leading the effort to deal with the blasphemy. With your capable self in the fold, I have no doubt we shall succeed. Sure. Without further ado, I shall brief you on the situation. 'Twas a handful of days after the first beasts appeared in Razat Han. An Elysian man was observed at the hoplan of the pillars, walking with an unsteady gait. All of a sudden, he buckled over as if in pain, and before anyone knew what was happening, he had transformed into a terrible, draconic beast. At the mere sight of this, many who chanced to be present also turned, and regrettably the temple knights were forced to put them down. The blasphemy itself, however, took wing and fled. Profane Fafnir, as we've chosen to call it, after the dragon man of Ishgardian myth. Fafnir. Since that day, the beast has oft been sighted in the skies above Ishgard. It does not attack, only circles menacingly for a time, ere despairing again. Alas, these brief visitations are enough to cause more people to turn, and for fear and panic to spread further. As part of the investigation, we've sought to identify the man who became the blasphemy, and thus far we have learned naught. We have, however, identified a common thread between those subsequently turned. All are present of fervent faith. All were people of fervent faith. People such as priests and inquisitors. Oh boy, that's the opposite of what I was seeing in the other place. With the truth of our nation's history laid bare, the legitimacy of the church was called into question. Many Ishgardians struggled to reconcile the revelations with their beliefs, and none more so than the pious. For such men and women, we posit, would be more susceptible to despair, and therefore the transformation. We would find a way to stop it. We must find a way to stop it. Ishgard has only just emerged from a 1,000-year war. We cannot suffer another tragedy, much less so soon. Agreed. In order to obtain a better understanding of the situation, we intend to speak with a member of the clergy. The sole individual who survived witnessing the blasphemy's birth without being turned. Clem is his name. He's a deacon of St. Renomald's Cathedral. Come, let us seek him out there at once. Yeah, let's do it. All right. Lord Amric, Lord Ontoriel, and the Saviour of Ishgard besides. You do me a great honour. I'm Clem, and I serve as a deacon here at St. Renomald's Cathedral. I understand you were among those of the Hoplon when the incident occurred. We give thanks to the Fury for your merciful preservation. We now seek to prevent the blasphemy from wreaking further havoc, and would appreciate any details you could provide. Though we are to make you recall such unpleasant memories, will you not recount for us what you witnessed that day? Very well. We are presently relocating the vaults and libraries to the cathedral, in case you are unaware. We had finished delivering a batch of tomes, and were on our way to bring over another. As we approached the Hoplon, we noticed a young man walking unsteadily. No sooner had he come to an abrupt halt than he transformed into a draconic beast. The fiend fixed us with a menacing glare. It was all we could to find our wits and flee. But to my compounding horror, my brethren, who were with me, began turning into monstrosities as well, one after another. Praise the Fury that you at least were spared, Deacon Glenn. I cannot imagine how frightening the experience must have been. Bishop Fortuneau. Forgive me if I interrupt. I was informed that our Starwood protectors were present, and I wish to express my gratitude. From the bottom of my heart, I thank you for your service. I pray that we shall soon be free of this scourge. Indeed, if there is aught we might do to aid your efforts, you need but say it. You're most kind, Your Grace. Just deep in thought about this guy. That was Bishop Baltino, the head of St. Renald's and a member of the Synod. With the seat of the Archbishop vacant, he is, in effect, the highest authority of the Ishgardian Orthodox Church. That is so. Let us, yet in spite of this elevated station, your mind is as kind and humble as any man I've ever known. Like His Grace, I'll do all I can to help shepherd our people through this uncertain time. To that end, there's a request I would make of you. If you can spare a moment to consider it. Of course, if it is within our power, we should be glad to offer you aid. Thank you. What is it? In the wake of the transformations, a group of clergymen fled the city in fear. Though they sought refuge in the wilderness, they put themselves at the mercy of the elements, and the fell beasts both. Such fiends. Given that the course of the transformation is not clear, I think theirs was a decidedly unwise decision. I wish to set out and find them, but I'm not trained in the ways of war. As such, I require those who are to accompany me in the search. So is the way of it. Suffice to say, we will help. Do you know whether your fellows may be headed? The Western Highlands, I believe. Between Gorgane Hills and Hemlock, there's no such shortage of abandoned dwellings in the area. Very well. Very well. Timing of the essence, I propose we split up and scour our separate areas. Peter, if you would escort good leader of Gorgain Mills, Lord Ontario, and I will attend to Hemlock. Right. So, Gorgain Mills it is. Yes, Falcon's Nest. Maybe even Count Cloudtop we can get there, I hope. What do we need to go to the pillars? To go to, Those all go to the pillars, do they? Actually, fine. We can watch you teleport. Me hop off of this, and then immediately remember I did not mean to do that, and hop back on. That's an interesting view. This Western Highlands. I do believe. Yep, that's close to Gorgain Mills. Haha. Better living through mapsmanship, cartography. Better living through the cartography. Hey there, Pallid Inquisitor. What's up? Oh, you? Yeah, that's me. Hi, so you found them? Yes, and none the worse for the wear, thank the Fury. My friends, forgive us if we have given cause for alarm. We come out of concern for your well-being. Though we understand why you quit the city, we fear you may have placed yourselves at greater risk by coming here. His Grace Bishop Valtano, too, worries for your health, and prays for your swift return. So please, will you not allow us to escort you to the Holy See? I assure you, you'll be much safer there than in this wretched place. Servants of the Fury will never be safe in the city, don't you see? This is all your fault, you and your cursed revolution. The people disdain us. They mock us behind our backs. They spit in our faces. And now someone is conspiring to transform us into monstrosities. Enemies of the church, I'll wager, emboldened by your deeds. So no, I will not go back to Ishgard. I'd sooner freeze to death than suffer your pity. What? All I've ever done is in service to her, and I'm a good man. I do not... She cannot forsake me. Hey, check it out. Oh, I don't preserve. And that is why you guys should follow us, so you don't do that. Peter, we cannot allow him to harm any others. Give chase and do what we must. We will remain here and keep the others calm. Sure. You guys try not to freak out while I'm gone, alright? This is so similar to the dance of the damned. Alright, Selby. You guys have to contend with Bahamut. My dragon's bigger than yours. He's taken care of. Is it done, Peter? Yeah, he's no more. My thanks. What happened is most regrettable, but we must be grateful that no one else has come to harm. While you were gone, the deacon was able to convince the others to return to the city. Let us escort them back at once, and then reconvene at the congregation to consider our next course of action. For our purposes, we have the use of strategy room. Announce yourself to the guard without, and he will show you in. Lords Amric and Toil await you in the strategy room. Will you be joining them now? Yeah, let's go. Wow, I love the music from this. I love the Heavensward music so much. Lest you wonder, we have taken the clergymen to St. Renald's to rest and recover. Truth be told, I thought that they might still succumb to despair and turn remains at the forefront of my mind. Yet the risk would be greater still if we were to keep them at arm's length and deny them the comfort of the church. Indeed. In the words he spoke, the Inquisitor yearned for the days of old. He and others like him can scarcely be blamed. Since the truth of the nation's founding and the Archbishop's machinations were made public knowledge, the church has been in turmoil. Though we have made great strides in separating religion and state, there's still far less progress in the reformation of the church itself. For our faith has been everything to us. The purpose and our comfort. It is not an easy thing to reconcile one's belief with the betrayal of our spiritual leaders. Thus torn between their hearts and minds, many Ishgardians feel lost, and none more so than members of the clergy themselves, whose faith was once unshakable. No wonder, then, the most dedicated and devout are like to turn. So it seems. But further investigation is needed ere we draw a definite conclusion. At the war's end, Ishgard has set out on a new path. The choices we make now shall determine our course for the future. Come what may, we dare not squander the chance we have fought so hard to attain. Oh dear. Once the returned clergymen sufficiently calmed down, I shall have the deacon speak with them, that we might gain insight into their individual plights. Good. Meanwhile, I shall take the opportunity to brief my own men on recent developments. Pray take a moment's rest, my friend. You have earned it. When you're ready to continue our work, you may seek us out here. Continuing sounds fantastic. Let's do that. Ah, Peter, your timing could not have been better. Deacon Clem has finished speaking with the rescued clergyman, and will be here shortly to share his findings. Lord Emmerich, too, is on his way. Let us wait for them. Deacon Clem, we thank you for making the inquiries on our behalf. 'Twas no imposition in the least. As I said, I'm glad to do what I can. Yes, sir. It is our understanding that those we escorted back were all close acquaintances of the Inquisitor who turned. Like him, they too have been the subject of harassment by certain members of the populace. Is this correct? Oh, yes, it is, I'm afraid. They were far from alone. Men of the cloth were once afforded respect and deference as servants of Halo, but now they are openly reviled by many. We were complicit in perpetuating terrible lies. This is true, but we too were misled. We too were victims. Yet we are regarded as some by criminals. Well, I do understand the people's anger, but it saddens me to think that they would thus lash out at their fellow man, especially when we need solidarity most of all. Though I can imagine your plight, not presume to fully grasp your pain. Will you tell us of the challenges you and yours have to face since the war's end? No, like all sons and daughters of Ishgard, we dreamed of a peace in our lifetime. But now that it has come, we find we have little cause to rejoice. Our faith has long been the foundation of our lives, and overnight our foundation has been crippled by fractures, beyond repair for some. To learn that we had been deceived, and that we had unwittingly deceived others in turn, was devastating. We who once had been shepherds to men found ourselves lost lambs, bereft of surety, and wanting for guidance. We have languished in darkness, all of us. Sorry to hear that. Yet I have faith that the Church will redeem itself, that it will find a new path, and again become the beacon of hope for the people. I see. Well, thank you for sharing this with us. Your testimony has confirmed our suspicions. According to our allies, that which causes people to turn is none other than their despair and anguish. If it wasn't before, it is now abundantly clear why members of the clergy are being transformed. That you did not, I believe, is due to your unwavering faith in the Church. In light of this, we should ask for your continued cooperation. Of course, anything to help my brethren. Now that we've established the cause, that leaves us the mystery of profane Fafnir's antipathy, the progenitor of these troubles. Could he too have been a man of the cloth? From what I recall of his garb, I doubt it. He was dressed in common fashion, inadequately against the cold besides. It is said that something of the individual may return in the blasphemy, influencing its behavior. If we can determine what instincts drive profane Fafnir, we might learn who it once was, and this knowledge, I believe, will prove vital to our efforts to stop it. Sure. Deacon Clem, we ask that you reach out to your fellow clergymen. Please do what you can to ease their anxieties. Understood. As I've ever done, I shall provide what comfort I can to those in need. Meanwhile, we must make it a priority to identify the blasphemy. To that end, I would seek out more eyewitnesses. The Hoplon is a busy place at any given time. Some ordinary citizens are bound to have been present to that tragic event unfolded. I propose we make inquiries at the Pillars. If you could attend to the Hoplon, Lord Ontoriel and I would look at the surrounding areas. Sure. All right. First, we'll check the tribunal. No, not Dark Knight. Well, I wasn't present for the incident in the Hoplon, but a young man poorly dressed for the code, that I did see. I recall him well, because the aide from St. Federo's was searching for him. He was a patient at the infirmary, and by coincidence had the same name. Interesting. Hey there, sociable citizen. No, I didn't see that dragon, nor would I have wished to, frightful as it sounds. They say it wasn't a Drabanian attack, but if not, then what was it? Hey there, spirited citizen. A dragon that appeared at the Hoplon. I saw it with my own eyes. One moment an Ellison, the next a terrible beast. You must have been a heretic, I take it. There you are, Peter. Did your search yield any fruit? I found some stuff out. A patient at the Firmament Infirmary, you say? Among those I spoke, one claims to have witnessed an individual fitting that description. A man walking in a stupor who did not seem to feel the cold. If he had wandered straight out of the infirmary, I would explain the state of attire. Yes, I dare say we found our blasphemy. But to think his name would be Vaindrew. Why is that? Well, it is the same as in the former Heaven's Ward Commander, Sir Vaindrew de Romanage, for whom the infirmary is named. Sir Vaindrew, however, retired from his station at a ripe old age some years ago. It is not like to have been him. In any case, we have a lead. I shall head to the infirmary at once. Pray, wait for me at the broom. Bye, love. Have a great day. What's wrong? Oh, okay. This is Loverick, the aide who's in charge of Vaindrew. Have you found him? Oh, please say you have. We have not, I'm afraid, but we seek to, and hope that you could tell us more about him. May we ask how he came to be at the infirmary? He was found on patrol in the Central Highlands. After being treated for his hurts, he was brought to us by convalescence. Being in the prime of his years, he'd been doing well, but then... Yes? Prime of his years. By all account, he's no old man. Seems safe to assume it isn't Sir Vaindrew. Oh no, he's definitely a different person. As I told Lord Ontario. And though he gave his name as Vaindrew, he seemed rather confused, and we had no means to confirm his identity. In this state, he shouldn't be wandering about on his own. Please, you must find him. Interesting. The man who recently turned into a beast was at Hoplon. We regret to say it may have been Vaindrew. Oh, A what? How can this be? Is there aught else you can tell us? The things that he might have said or done while in your care? While he was still unconscious, he would often ramble. Though most of it was incoherent, he mentioned the Archbishop several times. Oh, and he spoke of a bishop, too, Bishop Vartano. I assumed he was a pious man, given this. I see. Thank you for your cooperation. We'll continue our investigation, and should we confirm that it had become of Barnjo, inform you forthwith. All right. Let us return to the congregation for now. I could fast travel, but I mean, it's just right here. Heading to the strategy room? Should be glad to show you in. Now let's go. Mr. Urbanes. But we are one step closer to identifying the man who became Profane Fafnir. Indeed. Though he did not at first appear to be a member of the clergy, his words betray a fervent faith. And how curious that he should speak not only of the Archbishop, but Bishop Vartano specifically. That is odd. Perhaps he was personally acquainted with His Grace. Perhaps. In light of that possibility, I believe we should speak with him directly. Agreed, I will request an audience. But His Grace has many demands upon his time. It may be a while before we are seen. Should we have any other business, pray feel free to attend to them in the meantime. Or should you have any other business, I mean. Sure. There was some important stuff I was supposed to be doing at Razatan, so I suppose I can work on that. So where's the time we go? Alright, let's see. Oh, look, there's lots of things for me to do around here. Cool. Let's start down here, the airship landing. We'll work on improving the red mage stuff. Hey there, Exodora youth.
You're a friend of that red-headed McCoach lad, aren't you? I remember how bravely you fought for us. Might I ask you a small favor?
Sure.
Oh, thank you. You see, my wife and I will soon be blessed with child. Just her, actually. I'm the one who gets to stand around and listen. It's a custom for the father to swallow the newborn in festive silk, but having been to the market twice, I can find myself at a loss for what would be the ideal choice.
Can't you ask anyone else to do this?
I'm not to impose, but I would be ever so honored if you could make the choice for us. And sooner rather than later, she'd do any day now. Would you accompany me to one of these fibers?
I mean, I guess. Hey there, Vishrad.
But looking at you impatiently.
You must be the substitute Hamsa keeper. Well, you are late. Feeding time was supposed to start bells ago, and an angry Hamsa is a noisy Hamsa, as you can hear for yourself. What are you talking about? What are you standing around for? Are you going to leave that poor creature to starve to death? Get to work. Chop, chop. Here you go. One large feed bag, one small. Hamsa of different stature, of different diets, you'll see. And they're finicky eaters to boot. The smaller ones require only a simple mix of greens and grains. But our big boys are a helping of silkworm pupae for extra protein. Foodstuffs are next to that wooden crate over there. Now get to it. Oh, I'm going to friggin' forget that. So... Hamsa's eyeing you expectantly. Give him the large feed bag. Hamsa shuns the bag and stares blankly skyward, forsaking the gods. Perhaps the feed mix is wrong? Hamsa eyeing you expectantly. Small feed bag. Hamsa flutters his wings to the eyes light up with gastronomic delight. Keep feeding the bag. And more feed. Greens, grain, and silkworms. Eyeing expectantly. And to flaps his wings and eyes light up with gastronomic delight. Hungry, hungry Hamsa. Done already. Perhaps you're not as hopeless as you look, but you'd better be on time for the next feeding. What was your name again? Oh, I'm Peter Krolinsk. I'm the guy, saving the world. Peter? Wait, you don't mean that Peter? The adventurer who rescued Malthus from the beasts? Huh? My most sincere apologies. I'd never imagined a hero like you would simply be walking amongst us and slopping the Hamsa besides. Heavens, my face must be so red right now. Anyhow, I thank you for a job well done. Here's a pay for today's work, and that's about the real substitute Hamsa keeper. Ah, well. All's well that ends. Well... Hey there, Radiant Host Captain. What's up? You're the adventurer who fought off the blasphemies with us, yes? And you could not have come at a better time. Please, just do me one favor. Just act as if nothing is the matter. Oh? If you're going to make these wild accusations at me, the best to have some damn proof. I've told you. I've never seen no damn ring. Now, I'll be on my way. How can you speak such lies? That ring was my most precious keepsake. Or whatever shall I do? I don't know. Yes, that should do. Thank you, Peter, was it? If it wouldn't be so much of a bother, could you trouble you to assist us in an investigation of sorts? As you may have observed, that young woman believes that her ring was stolen by that uncouth young man who just walked away. She has no physical evidence, and yet I cannot help but believe she is telling the truth. And so I have hatched a plan. I will make a show of diffusing the argument and allow the man to walk freely away. Then I would have him followed. And we might glean some insight as to whether or not he committed this crime. That said, it would be far too conspicuous if you were to tell a man all by yourself, or by myself. Or say, I pretend that I am showing you a visitor of our fair city around the area. That way I do believe we could approach him without arousing too much suspicion. Sure, whatever. Splendid, I cannot thank you enough. Let us follow that rather unpleasant fellow. I believe I saw him heading in the general direction of Yuge. Sure, why not? Hey there, Mizrin. Wait, could it be? Yes, you're one of the heroes who helped fend off the beast for us. Oh, what an honor it is to finally speak with you. Do you remember me? Or perhaps not. It was one of those who saved the ravening horde. I cannot begin to express my gratitude. You'll be happy to know the little ones who helped you rescue are safe as well. So enamored are they with you and your friends that they have decided to put together a few gifts for you. Might you take the time to visit them over Pasca's path? They'd be ever so thrilled to meet you than I. All right. Well then, again I ask that you act as natural and inconspicuous as possible. Let us see what happens. So much for the vaunted radiant host. Did not suspect a thing, did she? What with everyone skitters around like frightened little rats. These are fine times for this for my line of work. Did you see that object he was examining? It certainly appeared to be a stolen ring to me. But let us not reveal ourselves just yet. With any luck, he will unwittingly led us to his hideout. Sure, why not? So here's the plan. I will pretend as if I'm giving you, a mere traveler, a tour of the city. Then we follow him, without getting too close, of course. The last thing he wants is to blow our cover. The thing we want is to blow our cover. Sure, why not? All antagonistic are off from a safe distance. The objective will end in failure if you're noticed or if you fall too far behind. Okay. We're following him then, the distance. Streets of Razatan are colorful, do you not think so? I don't know what you want me to do. Alright, back there. Alright. We're not, our man is still in sight. Take a moment to catch your breath. We shall resume the chase. So we're following him and just ignoring her, huh? Keep following him at a distance. Streets of Razatan are most colorful, do you not think? Wow. We must find whatever evidence we can and help that poor woman. It's a good coin and trade after drink. Streets of Razatan are most colorful, do you not think? in the show. This is so much fun. I'm so glad to be doing this. I'm just gonna ignore this guy and just follow her. Colorful, don't you think? Am I hearing things? Be tight from here. We must be wary. Let's find whatever evidence we can and help that poor woman. What? The trouble must be an accomplice. Oh, it's been a while since I've seen a ring of this make, and an inlay with exotic jadeite no less. Yes, this should sell for good coin. Just as I suspected, he had the ring all along. May I dare say it is time we interrupted this little transaction. May I trouble you to summon my subordinate for good measure? I will watch here to ensure that neither of these men nor his accomplice escapes. Excuse me. All right. Breathe air, drink water. I need to make sure I don't get those confused. I'm going to have to break here for a moment. In a moment. How fares the investigation, friend? Well, I think we caught him. A rare jadeite ring, you say? That matches this young woman's testimony exactly. It would seem you've got your culprit red-handed. At any rate, I will make the scene at the crime at once. And do not worry, we will not trouble you for any further aid. I assure you, our radiant host can more than handle a couple of common ruffians. Above all, it is because of your efforts that this young woman will be reunited with her precious keepsake before long. In my captain's stead, allow me to reward you for your kind deeds. And with that, I must be off. All right, cool, thank you.
According to our tradition, the swaddling color expresses the parents' wishes for how the child might grow. I've narrowed it down to 3, but your insight would be greatly appreciated. The lush green fabric represents a wish for a prosperous life, fulfilling not only wealth, that is, but feasts and festivals and companionship as well. Who wouldn't want a life as rich as that? A bright yellow swaddling sympathizes the wish for wisdom. Intellect is prized among our people. It is said to be the color of Shagurura. Our child may become a respected advisor or alchemist. And yet look at this vibrant red silk. It would express a wish for talent in the arts. Why wouldn't it be lovely if our child were to grow up to be a master artist and a performer? Hence my dilemma. I would want my child to be all of these, but I can only choose one color. What say you? Which do you feel would be the ideal choice?
A creative child could brighten the lives of those around them.
Red it is. I hope our child can someday bring joy to the village through their art. I thank you, friend. I feel much more confident in the decision for having consulted with you. I'll bring the silk home to my wife today. I plan to visit Pakat Path once I finish up here. Would you be so kind as to meet me there later, that I might repay you for your kindness?
Sure. Oh my goodness. It's really in this drawer. It doesn't look so good.
You there, please, take my coin purse to Mevred Mahane. Buy all the apples you can. I'm so very hungry.
Sure.
I've no strength left. Oh, my stomach. Mevred Mahane. Hurry. I might just starve to death before you get there. Whee!
Praise the 12, another adventurer. That's probably a girl. Praise the 12, another adventurer. I've been wondering about this goddamn city for hours. Oh? I was hired to make some simple express deliveries in Oda before realizing the destination was bloody Razadhan. Simple, my arse. After coming all this way, I still don't know where I'm supposed to go. I'm at my wit's end and running out of time. Those letters have a tight deadline, and if I don't deliver them, I won't merely lose my job, I'll lose my head. Could I ask you to take these 2 missives to the High Crucible and High Balak, respectively? I can manage the 3rd one on my own. Return and meet me here when the job's done, and I'll see you duly compensated for your efforts.
I never said yes. What is it, Ari boy?
Nerine, told me not to talk to strangers.
I mean, am I really strange, though?
Really? Well, I miss my Stoda's friend, too. She saw I was in trouble and fought off monsters with her magic just to protect me. She's the most powerful mage in the whole wide world. Master Tancred is the best. He is strong and brave and gentle. He is so sacred. I was so scared. But he saved me and carried me all the way back to my mama, just like a princess. Fine, they're both the best. Wait, mister, maybe you can help. Do you think you could pick out what kind of flowers they like? We're making flower crowns. We want to be really, really happy and stay for a while. Will you help us? Pretty please.
Sure, why not?
I'm going to make a crown for a queen, so pick out one to make it even more powerful. Choose it. You get to choose flowers from both Ishtal and Tancred. Examine your flower pots and examine which blossoms best suit your friends. The vibrancy of the petals reminds you of Ishtala's ardent determination. Red hue reminds you of Aether Spark, which I think would pull the trigger. Flower seems to suit Ishtala. Is a suit Ishtala. Red hue reminds you of the Aether Spark that Thinkred pulls the trigger. Be fragrant crimson flowers. Choose the flowers that suits Thinkred better. Stefan decided we wish to finish the crowns before supper. Well, mister, did you find the flower suitable for Miss Ishtola? I think so. I like the bright red color too. It's like a warning to the beasts. She is not to be trifled with. My turn, my turn. Which flower will you pick for Master Thinkred? This one. You chose the one that smells pretty. Yes, the color and the scent are so grown up. I'm sure it'll suit a gentleman like him. Thank you so much, mister. We're going to have so much fun making crowns for them. Lots to do, so we'll see you around. Oh, could you tell Marine that we'll be a little late? We're supposed to be back a bell ago. Alright, give me a moment. I need to go make a phone call. I'll be right back. All right. Well, I will have a shorter stream tomorrow because I have a doctor's appointment now. So, problem solved. Should be good to go. All right. Please say I can go through this. Please say I can go through this door. Please, please. Yes.
My wife was most pleased with the swaddling we chose, and I dare say it's even more auspicious in such a valiant hero as you helped us choose our child's future path.
All right, there we go.
I was devastated when my wife was separated from me during the struggle, but your Mikote friend saved her. In a delicate condition, no less. His actions gave my wife the strength to overcome her despair and return home to me, to us. Well, your friend spoke of a hero with the power to weave our strands of hope into a brighter future. That hero was you, was it not? We shall treasure the swaddling you chose for us as a family heirloom, now and forever. A most sincere thanks to you for all that you've given us.
All right. Hey, I don't know why I'm talking to you. Oh, yeah, gift for flowers. There we go. Well, you don't say. It sounds that you are a great help to the children. To think that such a hero would be so kind as to assist in daily affairs. I cannot bear to think what would have happened to them if there had not been there to save them. Because of you, they've been given another chance at life. Flowers may be a small token, but it really means a lot to them. I am sure your friends will understand that. And this is from me, to thank you for all you have done. Okay. The yellow voila corsage. Cool. We're taking that off immediately. Oh, no, let's do the other stuff first. Ah, crap, let's do it. We're here. Hey there, Meredith. This is Meredith Manhat. How can I... Oh, there's something amiss. There's some money. I'm supposed to buy all of your apples? Food for the hungry. Worry not, he has more than enough coin for a crate full of apples. Bring it to him, with my blessing. I'll take what I am owed and leave the rest. Pray return the remainder to him. He'll find the crate of apples in front of the Mehen. Such a precious trinket, yet its owner makes no effort to come and retrieve it. I do hope this does not mean... What can I help you with? Oh, it is not a brave soul who protected us from the beasts, and perfect timing, no less. Might I ask you a small favor? I am looking for the owner of a missing item, you see. Ash, well, I am just cleaning up the shop when I found this unraveled woven band under the counter. The husband and wife visited here the other day, and I am quite certain it belongs to them. I am hoping to return it to its rightful owner, and they have not stopped by since. I fear the worst, and am hoping out hope that they are well. I will search for them myself, but I cannot leave the shop unattended. Might you be so kind as to go in my stead? I believe the wife mentioned she was an alchemist of the High Crucible. For the life of me, I cannot remember her name, though I do recall that she had long, striking red hair. Welcome. When the satrap asked us to entertain a party of honored guests, I was wondering who it might be. This is a lovely surprise, to say the least. By the way, I heard about Skazal from your friend Grahatia. I understand there was nothing that could be done, but I am heartened to hear that he meant us no harm. I cannot thank you enough for dispatching the beasts. As the smallest token of our thanks, your food and drink tonight are Mahadre's treat. Speaking of which, what shall I start you off with? Oh, a piping hot mug of chai, please. Chai sounds amazing. As you wish. Pray, join your friends. I will bring you your drink. Welcome back. What after the Radiant want to do with you, pray tell? Oh, I've already forgotten. It was yesterday by this point. Our allies have sent military delegates. Oh, that's news to me. Mind sharing the details? Oh yeah, we've done all of the job quests, of course. I've been waiting for those. I'm so glad I got those finally.
So blasphemies now plague all the realm.
Indeed.
It will only get worse if what Father said is true. As it did in Amarot.
If that's our model, then shouldn't we expect the effects to grow more severe as it feeds off its own spread? As if people transforming into those monstrosities wasn't bad enough. If the flora and fauna, if the land itself turned against us.
No one would survive.
Mm-hmm. Man, chai sounds so good.
Here's your order, friend. May you find comfort in these dark times.
Where do we go from here? If there's one thing we've learned, fighting blindly and simply reacting to what comes will accomplish nothing. We must find a solution that addresses the fundamental cause. Before our strength is exhausted, before this crisis spirals out of control. Is there something, anything we've overlooked?
If there is an answer, Hydaelyn herself will have it. 'Twas she who bound Zodiac and forestalled the final days. Alas, we have heard naught from her since the Tower of Babel. Whether she cannot or will not speak, I can only speculate.
The thing is, she was specifically a jailer for Zodiac.
Even the flower she gave us is no more.
There are more at the place. I'm trying to call it Elpis. You do well to remember the name. Oh yeah, it's called Elpis.
So advised the Watcher. But what could be the significance of that name? It is entirely unfamiliar to me.
To me as well. It meant something to the ancients, though. In our time.
Most surely. Yet I do not recall a single mention of it in the records of Anida.
Another dead end. And quite literally. It's not as if there are any ancients living we could go and ask.
Not alive as such, but not quite dead.
Which ancient are we going to confer with?
Elidibus. I sealed him in the white aurosite of the Crystal Tower back on the first. Contained within that reservoir of ether that maintains it, ether that is returned little by little to the sea. Naught may remain of his soul. However, if part of it lingers, we might be able to speak with him there. I know we can no longer make that journey, but you, my friend, still can.
There'll be an opportunity to look in on the others as well.
Thank you, my friend. That would mean much to me.
If nothing else, should we learn the First is safe, we'll have that much more reason to keep fighting the good fight.
Beautiful music.
That said, the odds are not in our favor, to say the least. Which is why we're fortunate to have Urianger up there on the moon, working hard to make all the necessary preparations for our departure, should it come to it.
And why we have nothing to lose by staying the course till the last instant.
Indeed. To the last, let us all do what we can. I will consult with Master Matoya and see if she knows of a way to reach Hydaelyn from the Ethereal Sea.
And I will visit the nation's leaders and attempt to ascertain how far the final days have progressed elsewhere.
Keep me abreast of your findings. I can seek out and slay the worst of the immediate threats, if only to slow the spread.
Unease, terror, despair. Try as we might to suppress them, these emotions will return to harry us time and time again. But when they do, remember this. Your friends and loved ones are out there somewhere, sharing in your struggle. You are not alone.
So ends the brief respite before the next revelation. Yes, so much left for you to see. Where beginning ends, and end begins.
I'm thoroughly enjoying the fact that I don't know where the story is going so often in this game. It's surprising me, and I like that. Now then, anything we've forgotten to mention? Are your arms and armor in good order? Pretty good. Just upgraded my armor, actually. In that case, it's time we each attended to our tasks. And when you arrive on the first, pay my regards to Ring. Tell her I miss her. On higher. Take this, Peter. It's my spirit vessel. Empty now, of course, but it should allow you to operate the tower's systems in the umbilicus. Even the smallest fragment of Elizabeth's essence remains. It should be possible to locate it. As for access to the umbilicus, pray seek out Lena for assistance. Chances are she still stands watch at the ancestor gate. Though she or anyone else asks after me, tell them, I'm living my life to the fullest, and that I am happy. Hardships and all. Sure. Well, we'd best be on our respective ways. Goes willing, we shall see each other ere long. All right. Comma. Turn in this. This is probably a letter. Letter House Beliak. What business do you have the esteemed House Beliak? Here's a letter for you. An urgent letter, let me see. Why, it is from dear Ardashir. At least we now know he is not out begging in the streets. Ardashir is the youngest son of our house. Father was upset he forsook blood and nation to tinker in soot-stained emblembics, and thus he never wrote. Never thought to told us we might contact him, so we've naturally been word sick. Now you're right, so he's found a new trading associate for father. Oh, some merchant's named Rowena. He says she should help us with our plight. What a peculiar topic for him to write about. He's always so reticent about family business. Perhaps he is homesick and trying to make amends. Nevertheless, we are delighted to hear from him. It is
true that our country is in a precarious position, but I'm elated to know my brother is safe and happy in Eorzea. Thank you for delivering the letter. I will share it with my sisters at once. That's good. We'll get this one taken care of. Okay, create apples with designated location before the time runs out. You have 120 seconds to complete the task. Should you fail, return to the starting location and begin anew. Wow, this is not like. Successfully carry the crate to the designated location.
Oh, my stomach burns with 1,000 fires. Have you the apples?
They're right there, bud.
The people of Razatan are so kind, so kind. Many thanks, friend. You bought me so many apples, but I'm afraid I'm still too weak to move. My body craves more. Oh, if I could trouble you again to bring me some hamster eggs to Napala nourishments. Take my corn purse. I promise I'll make it up to you.
Also be a crate of eggs. Welcome to Nepal Nourishments. What can I do for you? Here's some money. As many eggs as a coin purse can buy. Well, you're in luck. I have quite a surplus today. I shall give you the extras so they do not go waste. Here you go. And here's a share of your friend's coin back. It would seem he's greatly overestimated the cost of eggs these days. I'll have a third mission after this.
You're back. Did you, find the eggs?
There's an egg sack and your coin purse.
Oh, my favorite. The yolks just melt in your mouth. My stomach calms and I feel my stamina return. Thank you so much, my friend. I've been attacked by a strange monster high up in the mountains. I descended as fast as I could, tumbling through brush and tree boughs. Finally, I returned home, but I was so exhausted I collapsed, only to wake up again to the pangs of my empty stomach. But I found I was too weak to get up. Such is the curse of being so large. We Exodora have great strength at our disposal, but once that strength is spent, it requires a veritable feast to replenish it. You may have whatever coin is left in my purse as a token of gratitude. You've done me a great service today.
So lazy you can't even give me a reward. It's just like,
Oh, whatever happens left, I don't care.
High Crucible of Alchemia. You're just alchemist. I fear you're mistaken, for I know of no band. That said, I too have loved ones I've not seen since that horrible day. I do hope your friend is safe. I fear I have no time for chatter. All I can do is focus on saving who I can, and pray I will see my friends again. Now, if you will excuse me. The Lachrymose Alchemist. Yes, we were at Madras when the final days came, but what of it? Forgive me, I still find it hard to remember that day. There's a matrimonial band you may want. My band? Oh, I was wondering where it had gone. My husband gave me this, and now it is all I have to remember him by. Stubborn to the end, that one. He distracted the beast so I would be able to flee, and then went off to save others. The Radiant host found me later. They told me that he was gone. Not even a corpse left to bury. To tell the truth, I've been at a loss ever since. How can I carry on knowledge? How can I carry on knowing that he gave his life for mine? He had so many plans. What our home would look like, what our children's names would be, and now nothing. It's a circle of woven thread. He once slipped onto my wrist, and the memory of how happy we were to share our lives with each other. So I go on living, because anything else would tarnish that memory. Forgive me my outburst. It's just, it's all been so much. At least the Crucible has been keeping me busy. I think that is all that I need right now. All right. We'll leave the High Crucible of Alchemia. Hey there, Itzel.
Welcome to the High Crucible of Alchemia, friend. How can I be of service?
There's a letter for you.
What's that? You've a letter addressed to us? Why, this is from Master Jason. Last I heard, he was doing field research for Eorzea. I do hope all's well. Well, I can scarce believe it. Word of our plight reached him from across the sea, and he's arranged for a shipment of vital supplies to be shipped from Rowena's House of Splendors. That would be that he would be thinking of us in these trying times, even as he doubtless is facing his own share of hardships. Truly, he is a great man. But forgive me, I must make arrangements to have the shipment picked up in Yamat at once.
Indeed. Just delivered the last one. I just delivered the last one. I've heard horrible rumors of Rowena's punishments if you fail your task, like scrubbing grime from warehouse tiles with a paintbrush and plate. You really saved my skin, friend. I wanted to become an adventurer so badly, and she tempted me with this beautiful set of armor.
Said I could put it to credit and work off my debt. Before I knew it, I found myself paying errand girl to the House of Splendors. Oh, I don't fault her for it. An adventure needs armor after all, but my word is she isn't a shrewd one. Anyway, thank you for your help. Here, I'll give you half of the house's commission for the job. Take it. You've earned it.
You might even say I earned more than half, but whatever. I'm not actually quibbling. Anyway.
Welcome back. We were able to track down the couple. I do hope they are safe.
Sure.
Oh dear, I'm so terribly sorry to hear that. At least we were able to return the band as a memento for the woman. And as small a solace as that may be. That woven bracelet is a talisman of sorts. It creates a bond between gods and mortals. The tighter the braiding, the stronger protection it offers from a fate most dreadful. And Razatan, it is a tradition to present one to your lover, to beseech the gods to offer divine protection to one to whom you care deeply. It would seem our husband's prayer was heard, though tragically at the cost of his own life. I imagine she will still need time to heal, but I hope that she will visit again, that I may offer her what comfort and kindness that I may. At any rate, I thank you for attending to this task for me.
Triple triad.
Well, hello there. You want to play a game of triple triad with me, do you? I'm not opposed to some light entertainment when there's a bit of free time. That stinks. I'll put out a dashing performance. So don't complain when you lose.
No promises. In fact, very likely I will complain. Another draw. A win.
Well, no ifs, ands, or buts about it. I lost. But I'll have you know, I was so focused on the match I could not even hear music. Which is to say, in other words, I thoroughly enjoyed myself. Let us do it again sometime. Oxidora card.
Alright, back to the Crystarium. Go talk to Lena. Pietro! Let's see. Gotta get the right voice now. Pietro, you've returned. Every time they do it, that's what I say. Have you been well? You and the others? Well, we've no shortage of troubles, but we're well enough. And you guys have this beautiful sky. Huh, and things are much the same for you as they are here. My lord is doubtless enjoying himself. Oh yeah, he's doing great. He said this to you? Those exact words? Oh, to know that he is happy. It fills my heart with joy. Well, thank you, Pietro, for taking care of him. When next you see him, please tell him not to overexert himself. Feel to our request, though that he is. I'll tell him. He'll ignore me. And tell him all is well here, too. The peace you gifted us continues. We'll work hard to build new lives for ourselves. In the course of this, we'll occasionally bicker, but we've never been more optimistic for tomorrow. Now, I had to mention one dilemma. Would be the question of our governance. Ever since we spake, even as we speak, debate rages on how we should run the city in the Exarch's absence. More of a mind that the Settlement Council should continue to oversee the general running of the Crystarium, while representatives handle diplomacy. Thus far, nothing set in stone, but however we choose to proceed, it will not replace our Lord. No one could. That's understandable. Have I recently observed any unusual phenomena? No, I cannot say that there have been. Curious that you should ask me this question, though. Some days ago, Reen came and asked the very same. She was rather unsettled, in stark contrast to how cheerful she's been of late. So she senses it, too. She and the other Crystarium youths have hosted a festival, you see. It grew so popular that there are already plans for another celebration, one much bigger than the first. Between her preparations for the festival and the restoration of the empty, she struck me as happy and full of life. So when I saw her in a state of such worry, I could not help but feel worried in turn, especially since she wouldn't tell me what troubled her. I dare say she'd be more willing to confide in you. May I ask you to broach the subject with her? Oh yeah, sure. I'll happily do that. Oh, you wish to enter the umbilicus? Well, very well. I shall fetch the key at once and take the opportunity to find Reen. Please wait for me in the city, in front of the Cabinet of Curiosity, shall we say. I'll be along as soon as I can. Flip you off to you too, ma'am. Following event cannot be skipped. You may wish to cancel any further pending duty finder registrations. Let's wait for Alina. Do my eyes deceive? Is it truly Peter?
Ha! It is. Full glad am I to see you hale and whole, my friend.
What a wonderful surprise it is to have you back with us, and at this most opportune time. In case you haven't heard, we're planning to produce a tome chronicling events from the Flood to the Knight's return. For this project, we intend to draw upon records kept by the world's peoples. Historical and contemporary first-hand accounts will be the centerpiece of the tome, but yours would be the one to crown them all.
I've been asked to contribute a chapter on the soul, a subject that is key to understanding much of your endeavors. In the course of developing the spirit vessel, I gained valuable insights into travel between the rift, beyond the rift, knowledge that will allow me to attest to your existence and deeds.
Haha. There's no end to the questions I would ask you, but if you could indulge me just one for now. In your quest to restore the Knight, you faced many a formidable foe. Among them, who offered you the greatest struggle? This may come as a surprise, but truly I never would have guessed. But then, if I could, I suppose I would have to ask. Honestly, the biggest struggle was with the Knight itself. It is a tremendously eye-opening answer. We will see that your account of the battle features prominently in the tome.
I know you'd love to talk Azeroth, Morin, but we really should be on our way. Those documents from Yulmore won't collect themselves.
Of course. And afterwards, would you care to join me for tea? I was hoping you might clarify a few points in your treaties.
Until next time, then. Do tell the others to look after themselves.
So yes, my big fight, the toughest one was the one against heroism.
My overzealous friend, in particular, reminds him not to exert himself. Once and again he tells us again and again till his ears fall off, if that's what it takes for him to take it to heart. Sayonara.
Oh, is that the Warrior of Darkness?
It's him, it's really him. What are you doing here? If you're gonna battle, I can give you some medicine. I made it myself.
Best not, Rick. It'll only give him a stomachache. We've come to see more and to get his advice. One of the gods finally agreed to teach us how to fight. But first we need to choose a fighting style. Well, I know I want to be a mage. Arkle isn't sure. Magic isn't really my thing, so I was thinking of taking up the axe, or the sword, or maybe Morin. He knows a lot of things. No, he doesn't. He isn't here? Oh.
So, what do we have the Warrior of Darkness choose for you? What do you think best suits our Arkle? Axe, bow, or sword?
For protecting your friends, the sword.
Sword? If you took up the sword, you could be just like Brandon, the Warrior of Light. I love that tale. Let's borrow the book today. It's really popular, though. I hope it's still there. Thanks for helping me decide, Warrior of Darkness. I'll start with that style and maybe try something else later on. And when I get really strong, I hope to have a bout with you. Oh boy. Does that boy have a kilt on?
That's fun he's been having, basking in the adoration of musty old bookworms and wide-eyed younglings. Did he spare thought for me? Of course not. I waited and waited, and he won't even so much as acknowledge the presence of his beautiful branch, even though he's right here. Such a heartless thing our sapling is. Cold, cruel, and heartless.
Oh, faithful fellow, loveliest of branches, how I've missed you.
If you truly missed me, you should have cried for me at the top of your lungs the instant you arrived. To make up for it, you'll call me twice the passion next time. Oh, for there to be a next time, you'll have a few struggles to overcome. So, my adorable sapling, the world is on the verge of destruction, is it?
Oh, yeah.
How do I know this? Joined as we are, spying on you is the simplest sliding down the back of a rainbow. Would that I could aid you in your quest, but the fate of we fae folk is bound up to that of this star. Whither it goes, so too must we follow. Such is the way. The most I could do for you is spare you the pain by gifting you the sweetest of eternal dreams. But if escape's not to your liking, then you must struggle with your fellow mortals.
Definitely more interested in struggling than dying.
Ah, but here are the ones you waited for. I wonder, what manner of conclusion awaits this tale's end? And off she goes.
My apologies for the delay.
Peter, it's so wonderful to see you again.
You'll doubtless have much catching up to do, but so I shall leave you to it. I've taken the liberty of unlocking the umbilicus. You may enter at your leisure.
Flip you off to you too. I'm relieved to hear that everyone is well. I had this feeling, like a pit in my stomach, and I was afraid something might have happened.
I mean, things do happen.
Maybe I'm overthinking things. It's just that I'm the Oracle of Light, and I've never spoken with Heidelin. I've never once heard her call. Even so, I've always had this feeling deep inside of me, a connection to something immense. And these past few days, though that connection, it's wavered. As if that immense something was distant, and then close, and then distant again. And then the other night, I was jolted awake by the feeling it had been completely severed. Wanting for fresh air, I went out to open a window, and to my horror, the sky was ablaze, like during the star shower. And then I blinked and everything was normal. And the next day, no one said a thing. No one else had seen what I had seen. As far as I could tell, nothing was out of the ordinary. I began to wonder if it was just a figment of a half-remembered dream. Peter, what are you not telling me? I have to know. Please, it doesn't matter how terrible it is.
Turns out that First World is under attack, and the source is under attack, and if it goes, so will all the other worlds.
It wasn't my imagination then. The doom we witnessed on Amarat has come again. I can't believe it. Like I told you before, all is well here in the First, so don't worry about us. Please look only to the threat before you. We're fine right now, and even if we weren't, we've learned how to survive. Should the final days reach us here as well, you may be reassured that we won't go quietly. No. Well, hold on until you can find a way to save all of our worlds. So long as you continue your fight, so too will we, united in purpose beneath a blazing sky. That's good. You're heading to the Umbilicus to consult with Elidibus, right? I'll do some consulting of my own and speak with Lena. Decide how we might best prepare for the final days. So it's farewell for now, but we'll see each other again, I'm certain of it. We can hope. Master Peter, welcome back. The captain has told me all. Give the word and I'll show you to the ocular. Proceed to the ocular. Have a talk with a hero.
Biometric authentication complete. Please state your business.
I would speak with Elidibus.
Acknowledged. Reinitializing Circus Tower systems. Searching for Elidibus entity.
Elidibus was my toughest
Target
battle.
located in subterranean core power accumulator. Projecting image.
My home. My friends. No more than a dream. You. Why have you awakened me? I no longer sense those places beyond, or Lord Zodiac. You must explain all.
Zodiac was killed by someone in my world. So we need some help on figuring out how to destroy that guy. The guy who killed Zodiac.
So, he is fallen, and my brethren's souls returned to the star. The doom we sacrificed so much to prevent is come again. Old burdens now yours to bear. But if this is Fandaniel's design, then I, as Elidibus, have a duty to fulfill. Your unsolicited act has restored to me some few memories of the convocation. Such knowledge as I have, I will share.
I'm sorry I had to ruin everything.
I apologize for receiving a favor of the defeated. If it sits ill, consider it payment for freeing Lord Zodiac from servitude. Where to begin? The end. Your understanding of what caused the final days is consistent with our own. The decay first took root where the currents were weakest. Yes, a conclusion drawn by him, Fandaniel. Not the him of here and now, but as I knew him, long, long ago. Having shed light upon the phenomenon, he dedicated himself to devising a countermeasure. Were it not for his knowledge of the Celestial, we would never have made the connection, and thence forestalled the final days. And though he inherited that noble soul, how different this last incarnation, so consumed by self-loathing and hate.
Yeah, it seems that the cloning process is not perfect.
Yes, the name is familiar to me. Yet I know it not as a flower, but a place.
What is
a testing facility for determining which of our creations were fit to be released into the world. Many worked there. And before joining the convocation and assuming the title of Fandaniel, he was their chief. He was Hermes. That is all I know. The crystals tell little of the lives the 14 led prior to their induction. Elpis itself would tell even less. Nary a ruin has survived. Wait. I saw you there. In Elpis. No. I did not. But I did. I did. A lingering trace of impossibility. And a truth that fills my heart.
What? Where's Elpis? Az's Lot?
My memories remain clouded, I fear. However, they have revealed to me one possible course.
What's that?
You must travel to Elpis, to the time when Hermes served as its chief.
That's in that phantom zone created by what's his name?
In glimpsing the Exarch's memories, not only did I make his summoning magic mine own, I also mastered the workings of this tower, which, having absorbed my empowered essence, now harbors an abundance of energy. As such, I believe I can deliver you unto the past, unto that place and that precise moment.
How?
Given the eons that must be traversed, the gateway will not be fully formed. Your form will be less tangible still than those warriors of light I had summoned. In all likelihood, none will be able to see or hear you. Yet even should you manage to interact with others, you will be unable to effect meaningful change. For the reality you wish to save, the reality to which you must return, exists as a result of the final days. You cannot reshape the past to undo the tragedies of the present. Cannot unmake the sorrow and suffering fated to come. In full knowledge of this, will you still entrust your life to your foe and make the journey?
I guess I have to.
Very well. I shall cast you unto the river of time. Let this be my final act. You must input the commands. I no longer have the authority. First, you must reconfigure the systems, that the tower's ether may be channeled for the magic. The preparations are complete. The gateway will soon open. Return at once to the Ocular.
All appears to be in order. The ether flows unimpeded. The magic should consume every last mote of my essence. Why are you surprised? Did I not say that this will be my final act?
That's what I understood.
Lord Zodiac is no more. There is nothing for me here. The ones I love and long to see again are waiting in that promised land, beyond memory and dream. Now go, warrior of light. Go, and do not look back. Well, Hydaelyn, I take my leave of you. Yours is the mantle of the last of us. May you have the joy of it, the burden, and the solitude. It falls to you now. You and your champion to save our star.
At least I'm dressed appropriately. Speaking of which, let's change our clothes. Oh, guide-like man. The man stands dutifully by the aetherite-like device. The guide for this facility in all likelihood. You attempt to get the man's attention, but if he sees or hears you, he gives absolutely no indication. As Elizabeth's warned, it appears your form is intangible. Hey there, conversing woman. Is this the right place yet, Papamon? You know the woman's word. This facility is called Papalium. Simply gently prod the woman to attract her attention, but feel nothing. It seems she neither hears nor feels you. There's a black-robed man. A remarkably large man wears a black robe and a half-mask, much like the phantoms you encountered in Mara Lamatorum and the recreated Amalot. It would seem you have made it to your destination. You gesticulate wildly and shout all manner of greetings and obscenities, but the man does not so much as glance in your general direction. The device is reminiscent of an aetherite. Perhaps it's possible to attune with it. Despite attempting to channel and focus your energies, you fail to attune with the device. You can only assume that it operates differently. Time to walk through this pretty door. I suspect this door leads outside, but how to open it?
And here we are, Elpis.
Well, well. How rare to receive you in person. To what do we owe the honor?
Oh, just a few odd tasks. We'll be here a while.
You're welcome to stay as long as you see fit, of course. As a matter of procedure, however, I must ask that you kindly remove your masks.
Come now. Is this truly necessary? Surely you can tell who we are.
Who you are, perhaps, but I am far less infamous. Regardless, if we do not follow protocol, 'tis our hosts who would be held accountable. So, please, do favor us with your handsome face.
Satisfied?
I thank you for your cooperation. You are free to go about your business.
By the by, you see it too, yes?
I haven't the foggiest what you're talking about.
That's odd. It's right here. A bit thin in the ether, but there's no mistaking it. The color of its soul is almost identical to Azem's. Do you suppose he created it? Rather unusual for a familiar to have a soul, though.
Don't ask me. All I know is that it's trouble. Doubly so if it's his spitting image. So let's leave it be. Come now.
It's trying to say something, but it's literally too intangible to form words. Why don't you give it some ether? Spare a snifter of your bounteous reserves.
Who do you take me for?
Why, a dear friend, of course. One who wouldn't let acts of kindness, such as my accompanying him on errands to far-flung outposts, go unrewarded?
I suggest you close your eyes, or this may be unpleasant.
Emmett Selch, how'd it go?
You may open your eyes.
Here I am at the final days. Wow, and I'm extra tall too.
Oh, you even adjusted its size. The better to indulge your whim. This way, it will be easier to communicate.
How very thoughtful of you. And may I applaud your artful reinforcement. Without further ado then. Greetings! I am Hythlodaeus, Chief of the Bureau of the Architect. Sulking beside me is the most honorable Emmett Selk of the Convocation of 14.
Yep.
And how might we address you, my new friend?
What Piotr Gorlinsk.
A fine name. And I'm pleased to see you understand our words. So, tell us, whence have you come? The thinness of your essence suggests you weren't created here. You do not know? Or cannot say? Allow me to ask a different question then. What brings you here?
I want to learn about Elpis.
Well now, the same as us. Perhaps Azim wished to come too, but had to settle for a familiar.
If he truly wished to be here, then he would be.
Right you are. My apologies if we've given offense. The two of us can discern the color of souls, you see, and yours happens to resemble that of a friend. And with your purpose matching our own besides, we jumped to a hasty conclusion. We are here to speak with Hermes, the chief overseer of this facility, which we also intend to tour in order to gain greater insight into the man's work. We, I say, though this is Emmett Selk's charge. I am here only to serve as his guide. And I should be happy to serve as yours as well, by way of an apology for the misunderstanding.
Wait, are you suggesting that we bring it along on official business? This thing we know next to nothing about?
If you harbor suspicions, better to keep it close than leave it to its own devices. Wouldn't you agree? Besides, having a mysterious life form in tow is the norm rather than the exception here. Welcome, my friends, to the testing ground of creation at Heaven's Edge, Elpis.
The world unsundered. Elpis. Hey, look, it's a pupper.
This presence.
Hermes! Visitors! We have visitors!
This is cool.
What secrets are you hiding, I wonder?
can't help but be reminded of the place underneath Starland. This is hardly my first time here, but the scenery never fails to take my breath away. Why, it feels as if you could reach out and touch the heavens itself. Now then, to begin our guided tour, perhaps you already know these things, but for the sake of thoroughness, I'll start with the basics. Using concepts to give shape to aether, creation magics allow us to bring forth anything we desire, be it inanimate objects or living things. Anyone may conceive of concepts, but they must all undergo evaluation at the Bureau of the Architect. As part of that process, living beings and certain arcane entities must be sent here to Elpis for further observation and study. Fascinating facility, isn't it? I dare say you'll enjoy touring it with us. Now then, our friend Hermes. Aside from overseeing the facility, he also conducts his own research. Chances are he will be at the main observation hub. Let us seek him out. Let's seek him out there first. Tired as you are, however, you stand out a little too much. Our dear Abbot Selk wishes to keep a low profile on this errand, so do you know how to make a robe? Basic concept will do. I'm actually really bad at this creation magic. No? Well, in that case, Emmett Selk. No. Your whim, your responsibility. You're getting not another thimble of aether out of me. The way he scrimps sometimes, you'd think he wasn't a nigh-bottomless font of magic. Very well. I shall make the robe, but perhaps you can assist. Come, let us search for the requisite material. Materials, huh? Palaminthus notus. As we head to First Bloom. Yes, these creatures should suffice. An etheric robe. I want you to use it to capture. Etheric rope. I want you to use it to capture, shall we say, 2 Palladi. There are 3 species here, I believe. Any 2 different kinds should serve. Now, I should mention the strength of the rope is tied, no pun intended, to the strength of its user. As your aether is still thin compared to ours, you'll need to weaken the Pathari first. Good luck. Is it a Patole? Come, let's see. Oh, we should probably deal with that first. You've got the Patole. Come, let's see. Here they are. Yes, these fine fellows will do nicely. And now for a spot of reversion. There, it's ready. Nothing fancy, but we're trying not to stand out. Try it on for size. Want someone to be angry at us for using those creatures? Oh, it's fine. There's no one around to tell us off, and besides, we can always make more Pedalidai. They need only a tiny amount of ether. It may take some effort to get the form and composition right, but anyone familiar with the concept should be able to manage. Well and good to disguise and educate, but it won't fool anyone who can see worth a damn. Fair point, but at the very least, it should spare you unwanted attention from casual observers. And itself speaks true. Even dressed like us, your unusual nature will be plain for those who think to look. Don't someone question your presence. Don't make up excuses, much less try to explain what you actually are. No, let's simply say that you're familiar. The question is whose? Of course, Asm's. If you say you belong to him, people will give you the benefit of the doubt for any and all outlandish behavior. Exploiting our associate's absence? For lack of your presence, absolutely. Were he here, he'd have been the first to propose the idea, and you know it. With that, your story is settled. Let us continue with our errand. If you're ready, let us continue along the path of Aganosaurus. The place serves as an observation hub and residence both. Someone there should be able to point us in the direction of Hermes. I legitimately don't know where the story is going, and I love it. I'm here for it. Enormous observer. Yes, can I help you? We wish to speak with Chief Hermes. Do you know where we might find him? Well, now, by your mask, I assume you're one of the 14. I wasn't aware there was to be a visitation. Between you and us, it's something of a surprise. Your discretion in the matter would be appreciated. Oh, I see. My lips are sealed. The Chief should be conducting observations, as usual. His focus of late has been aquatic creatures, so I expect you'll find him at one of the pools here. Pools, you say? Many thanks, and apologies for disrupting your work. I say, Heterodotus. I've never met Hermes. You know him well. Do you not? That being the case, couldn't you simply find him by his aether? Aye, that I could. As you know, myself and I can discern the color of souls. By the same token, we should be able to see ether quite cleanly, and from great distances. With his skill, I could readily locate Hermes, but I felt that it would be a waste of an opportunity. We're here to perform an assessment, after all. By searching the ordinary way, we stand to gain insight into Elpis and the man in charge of it. Oh, this is much for your own enjoyment, like as not, but point taken. If you're going to accompany us, make yourself useful and help us look for Hermes. According to his profile, he has short, dark hair. So you know, it's because we're in Elpis that we don't have our kells up. A special exemption due to the need to be aware of dangerous creatures. Elsewhere, we do not exhibit our individuality. It's unseemly. This is all common sense. I would not assume you possess any. It's a rare treat indeed to be able to search for someone by their appearance, and I thank you for humoring me. Come, let us find our man. Yeah, let's do it. Observing voracious predators and the like is incredibly dangerous. Voracious predators and the like is an incredibly dangerous occupation, which is precisely why I keep my distance and leave the rest to you familiars. After all, I'm far too important to risk my net gathering dung samples and the like. I am attuned to the Aetherite. Got the unicorn. Oh, they found Hermes. I was told to find you.
Ah, you are...
Oh. Different. You're different too. You and me. We're alike. Friends. I want to be...
Okay.
Wait. Please. Wait. Greetings and salutations. Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Do not be alarmed. I mean you no harm. I wish only to hear your words, share your feelings, and know your thoughts. May we please be friends?
Yeah, let's be friends.
May we please be friends?
Ah, I see you found him.
Hythlodaeus. It's been a while. Too long, I think.
Too long indeed for close collaborators. On this blessed occasion, I bring not only myself, but others who long to speak with you.
You were of the convocation?
Emmet Selk at your service. Do I have the honor of addressing Hermes, Chief Overseer of Elpis?
You do. You have traveled far for it.
Given your facility's purpose, its remote location is something of a necessity. Would that I didn't have to rely upon a guide.
Oh, you wound me. Have I not ever been an attentive and helpful friend? But moving along to more agreeable company, this one we chance to... Well, you certainly have her attention. Is she one of yours, Hermes?
Her name is Meteon. It means shooting star.
If I may make an observation, her ether is terribly thin. I fear she might dissipate at any moment. Nor do I believe you've made a submission to the Bureau. I would remember such a concept if you had.
I haven't, as you say. I judged it too early. She's a pet project of mine, still undergoing preliminary testing. But rest assured that I will attend in person ere long.
Very well. Being an authority on flying life forms, I appreciate that you are exacting in your work. I shall look forward to your submission.
If we have finished with the perfunctory chit-chat, I would discuss official matters. By my coming, I trust you already anticipate the subject.
I have an inkling, yes. Please wait to the main building yonder. I shall join you as soon as I've returned these creatures to their homes.
Yeah, Ricardo.
What's wrong, Hermes?
An amistoma is missing.
I may have found it. A creature with the self-same ether as those there, nestled in the boughs of a tree outside the grounds.
You're saying they can climb, with their sorry excuses for limbs?
The fashion has been to imbue aquatic creatures with the power of flight, ever since the words of Metron created a sky-swimming fish. The ambistomas too can fly, if only slightly, and they could conceivably climb a tree. Whether they can come down safely, however. Excuse me.
I'll help too.
And what are we supposed to do with this lot?
May I suggest we split up? If you would be so good as to assist Hermes, Emmett Selk and I shall keep an eye on these adorable creations in the meantime.
Sure. All right. Give me a moment. Use the restroom really quick. Be right back. Thank you. Heavy ho, Kit Kit. Kit Kit. Doing well. Aren't you? Yes, you're sweet, kitty. Yes, you is. All right. Let's see. Going off this ways. Especially adventurous ambibostoma. Sure, why not? Oh, there it is. See Hermes and Mediton have found their quarry, a creature known in this age as an amymostoma. Yet, though it has been safely extricated from the trees, Hermes appears to have found himself in quite a predicament. The amybostoma. Hermes saw it high up in the tree. He climbed up to get it, but it jumped on him, and he slipped. Need a hand? No, I'm fine. I'm a little embarrassed. For your own safety, please, stand back. What are you gonna do? Hermes, are you all right? Quite all right, yes. My apologies for making you worry, Mayton. Both you and, Piotr. Piotr Krolinsky are called. Intriguing name, however reminiscent of a new creation. Somehow reminiscent of a new creation. Thank you for coming after me. As for you, little one, you must be more careful. You may be able to fly, but it doesn't mean you cannot fall and hurt yourself. Oh no, I'd forgotten all about its fellows. Oh, they took care of it. Oh, truly, what a relief. I must think Emic Salkin had his illness when I returned to them. But first, with the distractions out of the way. As Chief Overseer of Elpis, permit me to welcome you to our facility. I hope you'll enjoy your time here. It's definitely eye-opening. Not what I would have expected. And Badosa stares at you unflinchingly as if regarding something novel. Regarding it in turn, you notice it appears to be floating, if ever so slightly. Well, we mustn't keep the others waiting. Let us return to Agnorisis. Sure. Okay, I guess we'll play. Then we just kind of live and let live. Hey there, Hermes. Oh, my apologies for the trouble. Owing to your kind assistance, all the Empadustas are safe and well. I'll present them back to their space. I'll presently send them back to their space. If you'd go on ahead to the main building, upon entering you'll see a table and chairs, a meeting area. We may speak there. Very well. Take care not to let the creature slip away again. Gemstone trader. I've decided to open a shop to keep my little creations fed. My wondrous wares can be yours for the right amount of bicolored gemstones. I'm changing Assyria, now available at Mitosis. Access to the Region's Gemstone Exchange.
This appears to be the place. And here is where we part ways. We will be discussing highly sensitive affairs. Only a select few may be privy to such knowledge, and that does not include someone who cannot or will not divulge their origins.
Fair enough.
What? Will I have to remove you by force?
There are reasons I cannot speak freely.
Let's hear them then, these reasons of yours. Who knows? If I deem your mysterious cause worthy, I may even be inclined to offer my assistance.
I do not object to his attendance.
Hermes, this is highly irregular.
Perhaps. But I believe he can be trusted. Meteion would not have taken to him so quickly otherwise. Moreover, the presence of a third party may help me to maintain composure.
As you wish, then. Behave yourself. Do you hear?
It's Kingdom Hearts land. Hooray! Hey, welcome, Empty. So my internet is apparently working better. Who knows? But yes, Kingdom Hearts land. I like it. Everything's all mixed up together. Like Kingdom Hearts. I got a lot taller since the last time you saw me.
So, it's finally happened, then.
Aye. Van Daniel has declared his intention to step down, and named you as his preferred successor. In recognition of your knowledge and your works, the Convocation is giving the recommendation due consideration. As one who does not know you personally, I am to use my impartial eye to take your measure. And above all else, to ascertain your disposition towards the invitation.
In this episode, we just can't get rid of this character myself. Yeah. I recognized him pretty early on.
I understand that you and Van Daniel are close. He himself was once chief overseer of Elpis after all. I should not be surprised if you knew before anyone else that he wished to relinquish his office.
I did. He told me that when he fulfilled his purpose, he wished to pass the torch to me.
A torch you seem none too pleased to accept. Are you so averse to serving on the Convocation?
Well, Cat is just writhing over here in the chair. He's really enjoying himself.
No, it's not that. For a humble researcher like myself to even be considered is an honor beyond words. No. What troubles me, what I struggle to come to terms with, is the very fact that Van Daniel is stepping down. Does this not mean that he will return to the Star?
Of his own volition, yes. Like so many others have before him.
Return to the Star? Does that mean die?
Yep.
Well now, that's not a word I hear often. Is that what you say here in Elpis? Mankind is the life of Atheris. Each of us, a drop of blood flowing through its veins, bearing sustenance. In our finite time upon it, 'tis our duty to make it a better place, that all who call it home, now and in future, may abide in happiness. To that end, we have dedicated ourselves to the pursuit of enlightened creation. And by our efforts did we transform this once untamed wilderness into the peaceful paradise you enjoy today. To return to the Star whence we came is a privilege afforded to we who have so loved and nurtured it. A choice embraced by those who have lived their lives to the fullest, in service to our world. And when they depart upon this journey, it is beautiful, always.
The 14 are no exception. 'Tis believed no occasion is more felicitous than the fulfillment of one's duty. Our office becomes our lives, and to retire is to return, or so the majority of us hold. Some few have elected to eschew custom. Mayhap you feel Van Daniel's deeds do not warrant his return.
So, I was saying earlier, one of the things that I really am enjoying about Endwalker is that I don't see where the story is going, because there have been several twists in this so far that I was like, I had no idea that was going to happen. The character that was going to be like the main villain was gone like at level 83, and then the character that was going to be the main overarching villain of the entire story was gone by level 84, and I'm just like, where could the story possibly go from here? And so it's been an interesting watch. I think Van Daniel's deeds are not warranted
You should
return.
know his accomplishments as well as any. During his time, he conceived of countless outstanding concepts. And channeling the wealth of experience he attained here in Elpis, he brought forth many new specimens.
I know of all this. I do. It's just... I cannot fathom why someone so great and wise, who could still do so much good, would want to end it all. Oh no. I've made her upset. Forgive me. I know I requested your presence. Might I trouble you to take Meteion outside? A change of scenery would do her good.
Come on, Meteion. Let's go outside and be less depressed. I'm sorry, Peter. I didn't mean a walk. Perhaps we could, can go for a walk? Hermes gets sad when he thinks about death. When others are sad, I'm sad too. That's how I am. That's how he made me. The grown-ups are talking now. Right. Gotta go back outside with all the other familiars. Go to the sidekick lounge. But don't worry. I'm fine now. So, why did you come here? So we've got this horrific thing at the end of days that I'm trying to avoid. You want to learn about Elpis and Hermes. Oh, that's right. I wasn't supposed to tell anyone. Oh, I can teach you. I can teach you. We could take turns. I'll tell you something, then you tell me something. That sounds like fun. It will be. It will be. Oh, where to start? Yes. Let's talk about Memnon. He should be near the Aetheryte. I'm escaping a nightmare. I'm not good at explaining, but Memnon is, so I'll have him explain instead. Meteion is now accompanying you. Keep her to your side in order to proceed with quest objectives. You can leave Meteion by entering a different area, or by speaking with her and selecting the option to part ways. Look, we know you've given you the tutorial for this like 8 times now, but we're worried you don't understand it. That's the Aetheryte. The Aetheryte. Anyone can use it to teleport anywhere. Well, maybe not anywhere. Nor the ground, nor to the Isles. And for that you need teleporters. Oh, and permission. Hey there, Memnon. And what have we here? You look like a person, but you have the ears of a beast. I assume you're familiar like Meteion. Is there something you need? This is Peter. Can you teach him about Elpis? A newly arrived familiar, is he? Very well. I should be glad to introduce our fair facility to him. As you know, it is mankind's duty to make a star a better place. As part of this duty, we employ creation magics to bring forth new life. However, we simply cannot release our works into the world, for it would lead to chaos. No, any and all life forms must undergo extensive testing to determine their fitness to exist. Testing which is conducted here in Elpis. Every candidate is subjected to rigorous study, in which we identify their properties, surmise what habitats might be sustainable, and speculate as to the effects that they may have on the environment and other species. Should it be judged a beneficial addition to the star, it's allowed to take its place in the world. The two of you, too, were created with the hope of making the star a better place. So heed your masters well and be good. Do you hear? We will, Memnon, we will. Thank you for the lesson. You had a turn. Now I get a turn. We're totally not playing God. Oh, that's what they do here. They are really into the, I'm going to create this and then it will worship me. It's like, oh, okay, cool. I get a turn. All right, what do you want? Where did you come from? From the Crystarium, I guess? Crystarium? I've never heard of it. But this place is important to you. I can feel it. Oh, my power. I haven't told you about it. A creation. Let's find a creation, one not being watched. Then I'll explain my power. Sure, why not? I already talked to you about the Aetheroid, right? Yeah. A motionless bird. Oh, this creation is perfect. It's a hornbill, I believe. But I don't remember seeing it before. Perhaps it's new? That bird is always judging me. Oh, anyway, I'll try reading its mind. That's my power. Okay. Shoebill? I think maybe it's shoebill. Hornbill or shoebill. Something bill related. I can't read it. Maybe there's nothing to read. No, please wait. I'll try again. With you this time. Or will occasionally appear in your Shadowbringer's room. Alright. Greetings, can you hear me? Yeah, I can. This is my power. I can read the emotions of those around me and project my emotions to others in return. I'm not actually speaking to you in your mind. Rather, you're converting my emotions into words and intention, a process performed subconsciously by intelligent life forms. This ability is vital to my mission, for it allows me to interact with intelligent beings, even should they communicate via unknown languages or other nonverbal means. As a consequence, I am clumsy at speaking. Yet though I struggle to express myself in this fashion, Hermes wants me to speak as much as possible, for everyone has thoughts and feelings that they may wish to hide. I harbor an affection for you, one that is difficult to define. Aside from the fact that you share common traits with us, your thoughts are complex and prismatic. They draw me in, leave me wanting to know more. Out of respect for your privacy, I will refrain from using my power when speaking with you. Nevertheless, I want you to know that I wish to be your friend. Did you hear me? I did. Good. Now, it's my turn again. So, what are you good at? I'm good at gathering. I'm really good at gathering. Oh, gathering. I like gathering too. What do you gather? Where do you go? Well, how do you get there? How do you fly? Can you fly too? Boy, he is judging, isn't he? I think we might be bothering it. Let's keep going. Let's go and see Yathine next. He's usually in a small building. It's on the rest row. Yeah, that definitely is giving you lots of judgment. I know, right, Kitty? Lots and lots of judgment happening there. Yes, I love you too, Kitty. Yeah, you want... Oh, well, if it isn't Matan, I see you brought a friend today. Greetings, Edith. An apple? Could you make me an apple? The kind Hermes likes, covered in syrup. I want to share it with Pieter. Oh, a candied apple? Hermes is certainly partial to them. But you know you can't eat Matan. You weren't made to do so. But I like it too. It may seem that way, but it's due to your ability to share others' feelings. You've taken Hermes' likes for your own. In any case, I can't prepare an apple right now, but I'll bring one for Hermes soon, I promise.
Oh. I'm sorry, Pieter. I wanted to show you my favorite thing, that I could ask about yours, but I failed.
Well, let me tell you, what I really like is carrots. Carrots of happiness. The best.
Ooh, that's what you like? Yes. Yes, I can feel it. Oh, your joy and happiness. And that makes me happy too. Thank you for sharing it with me, Pieter. Well, we've walked and talked a lot. Maybe Hermes has finished talking too. Shall we go and see?
Yeah, let's go look. And be a creature that like embodies empathy. There you are. I can see the fresh air has done Matean good.
Pieter wanted to learn about you and Elpis, and so I taught him about this place, about my power, about your favorite food.
Not sure if that last one will be of any use. But I do appreciate your keeping Matean company. While you were away, I finished speaking with our guests. Finished? Hardly. You requested time to reconsider your invitation. So we have no choice but to occupy ourselves with the inspection of your work. My apologies.
It's been decided that Emexelk and Hydraulitus will accompany me.
Will accompany me while I attend to my duties. Bet. I need to somehow blackmail you with your favorite food. If you wish to learn more, perhaps you would like to come too. I'm compelled to remind you that he is in no way associated with the convocation. We simply chanced to meet at proper time. There's no guarantee that the matters we discuss will remain private. Oh, I don't mind. To see the joy his presence brings Matean, I simply cannot imagine our mysterious friend harbors malicious intent.
Oh, Pieter's kind. Really, truly. He taught me as much as I taught him. You're coming, of course, to watch Hermes. You're bound to learn lots and lots.
Sure. Quest complete. Oh man. That's pretty cool, actually. We've bumped up, so now Scholar is next. We'll be a Scholar for a bit. Pull out a fairy. You guys like my fairy?
This time we will all get to go for a walk. Isn't that exciting?
If everyone is ready, there are a few creations I need to check on. First, we shall return to the spot where we found our wayward Astamilsta. Familiar's familiar. Yep, I got a familiar, and also I got this dwarf rabbit. So I'm carrying all kinds of familiars. Yes, Kitty, I'm streaming. Have care when you step outside a hub. There are more unruly creatures about. Quest accepted. Vivacious observer.
Oh,
You, my dear familiar, are precisely what I need. Pray, help me with my research. One of our new creations has an extremely wary disposition. Try as I might to go near it for observation, it senses my aether and flees. As a familiar, your ether is thinner than mine, yet you still seem more intelligent than your fellows. That being the case, I believe you may succeed where I've failed. Come with me behind the building. I'll take you to the creation. Maybe in a bit. First, I need to do all these missions. Kind of everywhere. Come on, wake up. Hey there, Earnest Observer. Where in the world could the rest have gotten to? Friend familiar, if you have a moment, I require help rounding up our Avogoides young. 6 remain unaccounted for, and I would be most grateful if you could search for them with me. The creatures secrete nectar from their tails, which attracts insects. Where they swarm, you'll like to find Avogoides. And when you do, use this etheric rope to catch it. As small as they are, I don't believe they'll be too far away. Let us endeavor to find 3 of each, and then reconvene here. Hey there, Paramonos. How curious, a familiar bearing armaments. You must be special indeed. As it happens, I may be of use to you. Would you care to assist me by capturing a few Ulfines in exchange for a reward of sorts? Naturally. I should warn you, however, they tend to be rather uncooperative, aggressively so, in fact. The familiars previously recruited for this task all met with most unfortunate ends. A terrible waste, but let us not dwell on such things. Here, take this ethereally imbued rope, and use it to restrain the Ulfians. Remember, I require living samples. They are extremely valuable, so if you must choose between their lives and your own, do the honorable thing and let them kill you. Euclides. That's very funny. A visitor touring the facility, are you? If you wish, you can assist us with one of our latest arrivals, the Aureus. Creatures are identifiable by their long ears, which they use to detect danger. They're also keenly attuned to minerals and can find deposits even in pitch darkness. Now, we were just testing the effects of minerals on them when they reacted acutely to mana stone. Becoming visibly agitated, they each grabbed a stone and scurried off. We need to round them up again, and could use a helping hand. If you're up for it, please seek out my colleague who is out searching. She should be somewhere between here and First Bloom, and can give you instructions. I know, kitty. I know. Zeusius. I don't know whose familiar you are, but won't you lend me a hand? A plant creation has recently dropped its fruit. I'd be grateful if you could gather a few samples for me. You could find some along the northern edge of this isle. Large as they are, you won't mistake them. Be warned, however, that the fruit are covered in acidic secretion. Before you handle any, you'll want to apply the steelskin balm to your hands. Well, the sun just rose, if there is a sun. Ah, you there. Yes, you, familiar. I need you to do me a failure. A favor, not a failure. I've gotten too many of those already. A colleague and I are supposed to conduct some tests at the Thalassi, but said colleague is late to arrive. I would go and find him myself, but I have preparations to finalize. Could you head over to First Bloom and tell him to hurry up? He's an observer with blue hair. And then one more. Splish Splash. Oh, there's a sun. See right over there. Clayus is supposed to be keeping an eye on the creations. Oh, so much to do, so little time. Ah, a volunteer. How would you like to earn the respect and gratitude of Elpis' most gifted researcher? I require assistance in gathering eggs. A simple task, really. Egg gathering? That's the very reason I came here. So you've been downgraded to errand boy again. Yep, errand boy. Savior of Eorzea. / errand boy. Excellent. Why, I sense your social standing rising even as we speak. To business, then. I seek Daedalian eggs, and I may ascertain their ability to produce and raise offspring. One somewhat disconcerting trait is these winged wanderers is their proclivity for laying eggs here, there, and everywhere. That's the reason why I'm finding it rather difficult to keep track of the damnable things. I have neither the time nor the inclination to go chasing after them myself, but I'm sure you don't mind. If the parents take offense at you pinching their eggs, you'll have my permission to slay them, if need be. Whee! This grace loads over, and then we'll do this fate. Come to help us find the RDA, you say? You're much obliged. 3 of the critters have been sighted yonder. When you find one, use this hypnos potion on it. We'll put it to sleep and allow you to easily capture it. Should the potion fail to work, as it occasionally does, you can simply exhaust the creature in submission. I see a unicorn over there. Oh, hi. I wasn't expecting to have to defend myself against unicorns, but hey, you know what? Each day is a new adventure, which is easier done than said, apparently. Wasn't expecting to be judged by bird. Yeah, bird judgment, you know. Just an average Thursday. Bad news. I'm about to die. Meanwhile, the cat is like, hey, you're not paying enough attention to me. You know what? This is a tactical retreat. Okay. Hey, look there. Awesome sauce. Okay. 14 bicolor gemstones. Very nice. Now we're going to try to get this taken care of. Oh. There, Aureus. You should use the Hypnos potion on the Aureus before you attempt to capture it. It fights it, but eventually succumbs. Daydreaming Aureus. Use the potion on it to make it go to sleep. It quickly falls asleep. One of the things I appreciate about this game is that it very unobtrusively, if you accept all missions, encourages you to just go out exploring. Like you go to all the various areas just by doing the missions, and so you don't have to go like out of your way to go find areas. It's just doing the missions will get you to all the areas. Here's a Hypnos potion. Aureus is too agitated. The potion has no effect. Care of that one. See, this unicorn, which is weird everywhere I go, is perfectly normal here. It's just a normal thing. Patience lie prone near the fruit, alive but insensitive. Gather one noxious fruit. And another noxious fruit. And now I'm in anguish. Hope. Back to the Crystarium. Gatekeep. Well, let's go to the Afterlife. I'd be glad to escort you. Yep, let's go to the Afterlife. To Elpis. The world unsundered. While we're here, let's get these things taken care of. So I'm supposed to... Oh, I have the noxious fruit already. I was supposed to put the steel skin bomb on my hands before grabbing the fruit, but I just grabbed the fruit, so it's all fine. It's fine. Hey, the Ophion. What up? Tying up the Ophion, not killing it. I'm very bad. Extra thick. How many C's on the extra thick? Yep, that's what I wanted to do. I wanted to do a emote at him. Okay, got the extra thick etheric rope. We got it taken care of. Hey there, Blue Orchid Observer. They're important for some mission or other. Oh no, there's a familiar I'm not familiar with. Ba-dum-bum. Ahem. Apologies, I couldn't help myself, so there's something I can do for you. Oh yeah, I was supposed to get you for some reason or other. God, the tests are so deep in thought I completely lost track of time. In my defense, there are these tests that I've been pondering. Lest you wonder, there's a species of fish that purifies the air by devouring carcasses. Small as they are, they're easy targets for larger fish. Lest we imbue them with poison as a defense mechanism. What could go wrong, right? Not wanting the poison to outright kill, we kept it weak. Even so, it gradually accumulates within the predator's body, and testing has determined that it will lead to mass death. Although we wish to avoid this outcome, the concept of this fish is truly marvelous. It'd be a shame to abandon it. What do I do? You could give it warning colors. Of course. So doing would reduce the likelihood they'll be preyed upon. Yes, I believe we have our solution, and it's all thanks to you, my brilliant familiar. I'll go and join my colleague at once. We have a test to perform. Oh. I suppose we could fetch something for me? The test I have in mind. We'll be needing some birds of Elpis feathers. They can be had from a colleague of ours who specializes in avians. The man should be somewhere back on the main aisle. My thanks again, and see you shortly. This is reminiscent of a song. This is reminding me of the moon theme from DuckTales, which is like one of my favorite songs, 8-bit era. So I'm like, hold on, I know this. Daedal on nesting spot, huh? Grab some eggs. There are no eggs to be found here. Living that egg-free life, huh? Just an etheric current. It is an etheric current. Okay. So we are in the next to last area. But yeah, I still have no idea where the story's going from here. Daedalus nesting spot. You discovered a Daedalus egg. Deliver it to Callus to free yourself from its service. Hey, look, it's a nesting Daedalus. He didn't tell me I couldn't kill it. He just said it was dishonorable. And honestly, do I care about these guys' opinions of honor? Clearly not, because they said I should die. Hey there, graceful little Derwar. Oh, there you are. You able to catch the Orlei? Yep. There you go. Oh, thank you. Now only 2 of the critters remain at large. I received word they've been sighted in another area, so I'll hurry there at once. In the meantime, I'd be grateful if you could take the 3 fellows you caught back to XIV. Sure. I'll get around to that. Hey there, Agent Observer. I need some feathers. You got any for me? Whose familiar might you be? And what is it you require? Feathers. Oh, birds of Epis feathers, eh? I assume that they are for your master. Here you go, then. Run along. Oh, these little things we can turn in. Assume you haven't returned empty-handed? There's your egg. Splendid, and I have ample evidence the Daedalons are breeding as expected. Then all we need to do is wait for the concept to be officially approved. But wait, if even a mediocre familiar such as you can steal their eggs, how are they supposed to propagate in the wild? No, this'll never do. We still have to find a way to improve their natural defenses against such threats. 2 heads, maybe? Fire breath? Cover their eggs in spikes? This might be rather tricky to lay. Well, it's certainly given me food for thought. I shall have to discuss this with the others. Oh, are you still here? I suppose a word of thanks is in order. Thanks. There, satisfied? Appreciate it, bud. Good talk. Oh, you're back. You able to get the fruit? There it is. Oh, such marvelous specimens. My thanks. You may be wondering why the fruit is covered in acid. Well, one day each fruit will become a carnivorous plant that preys on herbivores, keeping their population in check. But until it matures, it needs protection from these self-same herbivores. To that end, we tried giving the mother plant the impulse to spray its fruit with a digestive secretion. The fruit you brought, we'll examine to determine its resistance to the acid, and make adjustments as necessary. My thanks for your help. Alright, cool. You're looking a bit unwell. Must have gotten the secretions on you, you poor thing. We'd best treat you at once. Yeah, you'll be fine now. You'll be able to endure the pain, but you should have used the bomb. Just remember to do it next time, okay? Elpis feathers. Yes, the colors are perfect. We shall grant our fish the same to warn would-be predators of its poison. I say, was it the familiar who conceived of this idea? It was. Thanks to him, we won't have to revert our fish to aether. So not only did you find my colleague, you thought of a solution to our problem and fetched the feathers. You've been very busy on our behalf, and we are thankful. Here's a little something for your troubles. Don't spend it all in one place. Of course, earring doesn't make any difference right now because we currently have the Uber earrings on. Avogadis young. The Avogadis young lies unmoving. Attempts to lure butterflies, it would seem. Okay. Cut that one. Avogadis lies unmoving. Attempts to lure butterflies, it would seem. Avogadis young lies unmoving, attempts to lure butterflies, it would seem. We got 3 more of these to turn in. Have you brought me the specimens I requested? There's Capshidophons. Oh, well, to overcome such ferocious creatures and live to tell the tale, your makers certainly place great importance in durability. As for the Ophions you brought me, they'll be delivered to the Academider. Like the other creatures in Elpis, they're currently under observation. And that we may determine their suitability for existence beyond these confines, samples are carefully selected and sent for further study. If they're found worthy, they will receive official approval. Only then can they be submitted to the Bureau of the Architect. As even you can imagine, the evaluation process is particularly strict for voracious predators such as Ophions. It would reflect rather poorly on those involved if they were wreak havoc when unleashed upon the wider world. Not that that's any concern of yours. Here's your reward. Now, run along, would you? Okay, we're starting to see the end. Oh, 'tis you again. How'd you fare with the earlier? Earlier? Well now, that you should bring the creatures yourself. I hope that didn't give you too much trouble. Their abnormal behavior is most certainly caused by the power harbored in Mana Stone. Still, we have the highest hopes for the Orleus. In their digging for minerals, they prime the earth for plant life. If we suppress their sensitivity to magical influence, theirs will surely be beneficial existence to the star. And you, my friend, can be proud in having helped them bring them forth. Okay. Let me get some mending done. Ah, you returned as well. I managed to find 3. How about you yourself? I also found 3. Wonderful, this accounts for all of them. We can finally release the creatures. Lest you wonder, the Algaids were created to curb the insect population. They passed the first stage of determination, and thus will be provisionally sent out to the wider world. But the first steps remain, a few steps remain, before they can fully take their place in nature. I have no doubt that they will make our star a better place. This isn't much, but please accept it by way of my gratitude for your assistance. All right. This is my home plate for now, in case anything else happens to me. There it is. Notos 666. New as it is to Elpis, the creature is yet to be given a proper name. As I mentioned, I cannot go near it. Indeed, this is the closest I can be. I want you to approach it, and then do something to show that you're a friend. What do you think will work? Perform a dance for it. An excellent idea. If it sees you moving in a whimsical fashion, it may well lower its guard. So go on. Try to perform a dance for Notos 666. I shall watch from here. Best of luck to you. Dun dun dun. I know, right? 666, oh no. Hey, wake up, you. Alright, just a minute. Alright. Just dance. It'll be okay. Do do do. Just dance. Do 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 do. Do do do. What do you think? Notice 666 scurries off, leaving behind a bowl of fruit. I witnessed it all. You did very well, my dear familiar. Notice 666 is designed to facilitate the proliferation of fruiting trees by bearing their seeds to faraway places, while their young are still unable to forage for themselves. To the duty of the male creatures to bring them food. In leaving you the fruit, it appears that it had taken you for one of its own. I wasn't sure how to respond to your overtures, but I wasn't expecting that. Go on, take your gift. Let us return to Agnorosis. You deserve a reward for your troubles. Bowling for fruit. All right. There, vivacious observer. Thanks to your invaluable cooperation, I was able to acquire some very insightful data. Here are your fruit. Oh, the fruit. They're rightfully yours to enjoy, so go on. Enjoy them. I prefer carrots. The fruit looked good, but it tastes even better. Each bite is a small piece of heaven in your mouth. Judging by your expressions, it would seem Notos 666 saves the choicest fruit for its young. Though it has but come to us, I have a good feeling for the creature. When the time comes, we shall have to think up a suitably fine name for it. Here's a reward I promised. Thanks again, my dear familiar. What, no bonuses for eating this lovely fruit? Whatever. Too bad I don't have any carrots of happiness around, though. That sounds wonderful. This here is a new specimen of Pelodota we recently set loose. It's It's been doing very well, managing to maintain a stable existence thus far. If it can see its observation period to an end without issue, we shall release it into the world. Tell me, do you know the difference between living beings and arcane entities? Not really, no. It's the presence of a soul. Yet the soul isn't something you can choose to have at will. No, it manifests only in those beings whose form adhere to the laws of creation that can endure on their own. Beings that do not fulfill this requirement, such as those spontaneously born of magic or natural phenomenon, those do not have souls. No matter how much it may resemble flora or fauna, if it lacks a soul, then it can be considered an arcane entity. So you see, it's not for mankind to decide what is living. That domain lies beyond our manipulation, and it's hubris to assume otherwise. But come, let us head to the nearby beacon. I have received a report that arcane entities have gathered there. Oh. Ah, yes, Lightning Tamua, just as the report said. Although we call this structure a beacon due to its form, it is in fact a magical device. By manipulating the balance of elements, it keeps the isle airborne and maintains the climate thereupon. In the course of its operation, it often sees an internal shift toward a given element. Right now that element is lightning, which draws the Numa here to replenish their ether. It appears Metean is busy. Would you care to assist me in their stead and feed the Nemoa? Sure. By using this lightning converter, you can harness ambient lightning and focus it into a ball. A veritable feast for our dazzling friends. Go on, give it a try. I made some ball lightning. Perfectly done, Peter. Look. See how they gather to feed. How they express themselves through their actions, despite their lack of words. Speech is not the sole defining characteristic of a thinking, feeling creature, nor is silence an indication they do not possess these qualities. Be it a soulless arcane entity such as the Numa, or the ephemeral life forms such as Bartola, all seek to perpetuate their existence, to survive. Is Metean a living being? A good question. I can answer it from a theoretical standpoint, but it ultimately falls in the Bureau of the Architect to pass judgment. Those with exceptional vision, such as Hydrolatus, may be able to ascertain her true nature. But to me, it really doesn't matter. She's herself. That's all I need to know. Oh, you finished already? I'm sorry, I was in the way. Not to worry, my dear. They missed nothing of note, and we shall have plenty of work for them to observe. Next, we'll head east to the Morning Dew. I need to speak with some observers there. Okay. Ugh. So I'm going to head over there. I'm going to get me some coffee, wake myself up a little bit. the mourning do? Because it's like sadness. All right. I'm going to grab some water and some coffee and be right back. Okay. Switch to Scholar. Dr. Hermes.
Amazing, is it not? The Ampelos, one of our newest subjects. So, how are we coming along?
Oh, you know, a little of this, a little of that. Thinking about calling it a Gabu for no reason. A Gubu? Gubu. Oh, these bad boys.
This place is Elpis. Those flowers. Elpis. Entelekis. Like me.
Entelekis?
They are a product of Elpis, and so named for their birthplace. A happy accident, born of the hands of a former researcher who loved beautiful blossoms. Unique for how they change color, to reflect the emotional state of those nearby. Though be it here or elsewhere, they are seldom seen in any hue save purest white.
Reflect the emotional state, you say? By what means do they achieve this?
In creation, there exists an energy wholly apart from ether, one driven by emotions. In like manner to how we manipulate ether, this flower is subject to the influence of said energy. While it has no will of its own, it is sensitive to the prevailing emotion in the vicinity, and reacts by altering its color and vibrancy.
Akasha? It is one of the unseen energies defined by Harnish alchemical theory. Though a gross oversimplification, some describe it as an essence influenced by feelings.
You're just going to settle on down, huh, Cat? Okay.
Akasha. Though I'm not familiar with the term, your description suggests it is the self-same energy. Dynamis, we call it. And those entities like the Elpis flower that have the ability to interact with this energy, converting emotions into tangible phenomena, are Entelekis.
That's me! That's me! An Enteleki!
That you are, my dear. And no ordinary one at that. but the first possessed of free will.
Wait. A form of energy other than ether? Dynamis? I've never heard of such a thing.
Crazy, huh?
Hardly surprising. Dynamis cannot be seen, much less felt. And though its existence has long been theorized, we had no proof until the flower's serendipitous creation. What's more, Dynamis is far weaker than ether. Under normal circumstances, its effects are drowned out by the latter, on account of which, beings comprised of and reliant upon the ether, like you and I, are unable to make practical use of Dynamis. 'Tis a truly esoteric thing, known to but a select few scholars.
Intriguing. Then, given the limitations you described, why create Meteon?
Beautiful.
Our star, Aetheris, is especially rich in ether, so much so that its name is derived from it. However, when we consider all energy in existence here and in the vast space beyond, Dynamis may account for as much as 68.3%, the more abundant form by far. Were we able to control it, we could open the door to limitless possibilities. 'Tis not unlike a gently flowing stream, unable to break through the dam of ether barring its path. But if we could imbue the stream with the vigor of a raging river...
That's what caused the final days.
Not that I have such grand ambitions. Nay. I merely wish to create a being that could traverse the great expanse.
Creature that could go to space. Omega? No.
The relative scarcity of ether beyond the bounds of this star was a concern. And so, I looked to another source of energy by necessity.
That being Dynamis. No wonder her ether is so thin.
Precisely.
Yours is thin too. Like an entelechy. Like me. So... are we the same? Intellecchies.
Unfortunately, I'm not an intellecty. Well, I've been known to transcend my limits with nothing but determination.
That sounds more akin to the desperate flailings of a wild beast when facing imminent death.
A deficit of ether alone does not an entelechy make. It would, however, make it easier for you to interact with Dynamis. And limited though its influence may be, this quality could prove the difference between victory and defeat. You do well not to underestimate it. Oh dear. I'd forgotten about the poor fella. You must excuse me a moment while I go and verify a few more things.
Damn it. Not that I or anyone else would be able to make use of it, even if we knew, but it irks me to discover there's an entirely different form of energy, and no one told me. That personal annoyance aside, Hermes' knowledge is undeniably impressive. Given that there are none among the 14 who specialize in the celestial, he would be a welcome addition. Assuming he can be persuaded to join, that is. I still can't understand his hesitation. Why did you join the convocation? You know, you like the world building. Oh, you wish to know I am itself is chosen for the convocation. Oh, I should be glad to share this tale. To begin with, no, not another word. Lest you've forgotten, you're here to learn about Hermes, not me. My misspent youth is not your concern. All right, Hermes, let's go. Apologies for the wait. I've inspected the Ampelos to my satisfaction. All is well with the creature, and I dare say it won't be long ere it is released into the world. Another creation, however, reportedly isn't faring so well. The Carberus. This is what we should attend to next. If you'll follow me, my friends, we shall return to the main isle and head north. Oh dear. You look like a Sanua. I understand there's a problem with one of the carver bids. Yes, that's right. As you know, the Carabis is based upon a sea creature. Owing to adjustments to enhance its affinity to wind, it is capable of flight. The specimens created from the concept could fly all without an issue, but a problem arose in subsequent generations. This third-generation creature was born of etheric balance leaning strongly toward water, its aquatic origin reasserting itself, it would seem. The result being its affinity to wind is diminished, and it cannot fly. No matter what we try, we can't get it to rise even the slightest bit. For such a change to manifest in so few generations, I fear they're too unstable, and therefore flawed. With your permission, I will revert the creatures, and recommend to the Bureau that the concept be revised. With its etheric balance leaning toward water, the Carpedus would indeed struggle to manipulate wind. Yet it is too early to conclude it cannot fly. Having failed at first, it may simply have developed a fear. I shall transform and fly with it, helping it manipulate wind until it feels its wings. What? You needn't go to such lengths. You'll do what now? Oh, you don't know? Oh, of course not. The transformation's an art in which one manipulates a vast quantity of aether to construct another body around oneself. In practice, it allows one to assume any conceivable form, and thereby transcend the limits of one's flesh. Yet, convenient though it may be, transforming in the presence of others is considered vainglorious in the extreme. Uncouth and unseemly as running around robeless. Shameful. Am I to understand you make a habit of this? Nothing of the sort. It's just, when transformed, I can wield the wind and fly. It may seem excessive. But what is our shame next to the lives of these creatures? They deserve a chance, and we owe it to them to do all in our power. Be that as it may. Yes, I believe I have a solution. Emmett Selch, may I trouble you to move that Caberbus away from its fellows? Somewhere out of sight. Meanwhile, I'd like the rest of you to help me prepare here. What mischief are you scheming now? No mischief, I assure you. I would but spare you the need to report to your colleagues that Hermes committed an indiscretion. So, have a little faith and run along. trust you don't mind? Athladius. Metzelk is out of sight? Good. Let's speak of the plan. It's a stroke of genius, really. We have a Metzelk train the Charybdis. What? Aside from being able to fly untransformed, he can readily see aether currents. With his adept spellcraft, he can also employ suitable wind magics to guide the creature along. Well, he is indeed capable of all you described. It's not his duty, and I'm loath to trouble him with it. Oh, don't be. As I mentioned, it would be for his own sake. With that settled, let's begin at once. Peter, I want you to go to Emmett Selk and tell him that you have a favor to ask. He'll be disinclined to cooperate at first, but you mustn't be discouraged. With our friend, the trick will be unflaggingly... With our friend, the trick is to be unflaggingly persistent. Off you go now, and good luck. Chat say, I have a favor to ask. Okay, Emmett Selk, you have a favor. I have a favor to ask. Oh, no, you don't. I'm not lifting a finger. Oh. Well, I don't know what Headless is up to, and I will not be made to know. I refuse. Unless is to be believed, relentless insistence may serve to wear down the ever-weary Emmett Selk. Say, please, Emmett Selk. Please, Emmett Selk.
No, no, no. You are not foisting this nonsense on me.
I'm given to understand you have the power to help the Charybdis, and should be quite willing to do so. And so I appeal to your better nature, most benevolent Emmett Selk. Please teach her to fly.
Or else Hermes will transform. Right now.
Now, there's no need to go quite that far. Altruism is its own reward, as I'm sure he would agree.
Oh, would he now? And who contrived to put me in this position, pray tell?
Nothing so devious. I merely suggested a possible course of action.
Please, Emmett Selk. Please.
I did not come all this way to play nursemaid to your creations. I'd thank you to remember this favor and let it be the last.
That's a nice mount.
I will aid it once it has taken to the air. It falls to you to shepherd it skyward.
Well, let's relax and enjoy the spectacle, shall we?
Yeah, sure. That is a honey of a mount right there.
You were wondering why Emmett Selk joined the convocation. Truth be told, he wasn't the first choice for the office. I was, on the strength of my ability to see ether. But I declined the offer. For though my vision is exceptional, I am pedestrian in all other aspects. Worse even, quite abysmal when it comes to manipulating ether, for example. Couldn't transform even if I had a mind to do so. What good is the ability to perceive a problem if one cannot act to address it? Emmett Selk has no such shortcomings. He excels in vision and manipulation both, the latter to an extraordinary degree. If there is a mage more powerful, I do not know of them. Thus did I recommend him for the office in my stead. And I wasn't the only one. Far from it. Countless others vouched for his skill and character. People the world over, to whom he had previously lent a helping hand. Oh, how surprised he was. Claimed he hadn't done anything remarkable for anyone. Modest to a fault. He deserved every bit of acclaim he received. Yet he may well have gone unappreciated were it not for a mutual friend. A singular soul who can't help but involve himself in the business of others. Where he walks, excitement is certain to follow. His antics irritate Emmett Selk to no end. But much of his grumbling stems from genuine concern. When our friend calls, he never fails to answer and lend his talents. And in the course of doing so, he himself came to be recognized and respected by those around him. They are truly remarkable individuals, and I'm proud to call them friends. To help them realize their dreams. This will be my greatest contribution to our world, and when they have fulfilled their respective purposes, so too shall I have fulfilled mine, and together we may return to the star. Look at me, spilling my innermost secrets. I can't seem to help it with you. I can only assume it is due to the color of your soul. I just don't understand how you can be so alike and yet so different.
Well done, my pet. Well done!
Ah, yes. I dare say the Charybdis will be fine here on. Why don't you go and signal to Emmett Selk? Let him know that his arduous task is at an end.
Okay, what am I supposed to do from this? Wave. Okay. Because I was like, I can't see the instruction because there's like indicators in the way. Charybdis appears to be the subject of MSF's undivided attention. You may need to wave rather forcefully the general direction to remind that you and the others exist. Emerging from his reverie, MXF notices you and begins to descend with the Charybdis. I have no words to express my gratitude. Thanks to you, the Charybdis has learned to fly. And Peter and I can relax and have a pleasant chat. I'm sure you did. The creature needed some small assistance at first, but soon it will be flying more or less on its own. I doubt you'll need to repeat the lesson. That was truly impressive. I witnessed it all from afar. The Charybdis flies. Indeed. With this, we've proven that even a creature with skewed etheric balance is capable of flight. Though we helped it achieve this, the Charybdis is a herd animal. They may well aid their struggling kin in like fashion if and when the need arises. Keeping this in mind, I bid you continue observing them. If that is what you want. But if I may say so, rather than hoping an idealistic possibility comes to pass, would it not be simpler to have the concept suggested? That way we could guarantee that anomalies such as this specimen are never born in the first place. These creatures are already here. We'll spare no effort in giving them a chance to survive. As you wish, Chief. As you wish. This guy does not like death. Hermes? I'm fine. I'm fine. Don't worry. Well, that concludes all of my present tasks. Let us return to Agnosis for now. I just want to activate since I'm over here. Get this thing to switch over. Okay, there we go. All right, back over here then. Damn Silk. Good job. What? Want to apologize for forcing me to help, do you? Save your breath. You didn't force me to do anything. I merely chose the most expeditious way to have done with the impediment to our business. Tell me, Peter, in the course of watching me, have you learned aught of value? Dynamis seem promising. Dynamis, you say? curious that such an obscure phenomenon could be of interest to you. Chief Hermes, what good fortune to find you here. Is something the matter? Bellicum, I'm afraid it's done it again. No sooner did we release one of our observation that it set upon the nearby Accipides, slaughtering them. Was the creature hungry or somehow provoked? I had just fed them myself, and the Accipides are keeping a wide berth. The nature of the Laicum that is to blame was that inane viciousness. Temperament assigned, it's an outstanding creation, perfect in form and function, though it may not be suited for release. No doubt the Bureau will accept its concept for the preservation. In any case, there's no point in postponing the inevitable. Doros will avert them all at once. The paperwork is in order. Where is the scene of the incident? We're just off the path of the 12 Wonders. As you make your way, you should see it on the left. I don't know if Doris is still there, however. Hermes, wait! If it's part of his work, then we should observe. We follow. Sure. But first, I saw a whole lot of stuff pop. Lots of stuff to do in town. Oh, I don't believe we've met. As much as I would like to engage in more meaningful conversation, I'm actually in the midst of something for somebody. It's my mentor, who taught me practically everything I know. Now she's relinquished her role and is ready to make her final journey. But before she does, there's an important matter I must convey to her. The last concept in her care, a beautiful winged creature, has been approved for life on Atheris. Please, will you help me look for her? There's a strong chance you'll find her at Phenemus Notos. Her most distinguishing feature is her chestnut-colored hair, tied in a single flowing lock, much like a Monarsis' tail. I'll get around to that eventually. First, I gotta get all these things taken care of. Oh my, aren't you adorable? Oh, actually, there's something you might be able to help me with. A visitor from the Bureau of the Architect has arrived in Pralobadan to deliver some new concepts. I'd like you to offer her the warmest of welcomes. Normally we have our own familiars to attend to such duties, but most of them are already entertaining other guests. There's also rather a lot lately, you see. On the other hand, this would be a perfect opportunity to show her an entirely new and, what is the way to put this, idiosyncratic familiar. That being you, of course. I'm sure she'll be delighted to meet you. Ending? Ideus. A familiar come to observe us observers, are you? But what are you called? I'm Pieter Grolansk. Pieter, you say? Well, that's a fine name. I'm Phidias, a researcher here in Agarenosis. We are currently preparing a section of this isle for new creation. For this, we need to expel those creatures that inhabit said areas. They're not to interfere with our tests. The simplest way to do this is the Amphilis sneeze, the explosive noise that never fails to send nearby critters fleeing. We're just about to tend to this task, but seeing as how you're already here, how would you like to give it a try? Yes. I knew you'd be keen. To look at you, it's as plain you're an inquisitive sort of familiar. Now then, my beastkeeper colleague is already on the site of the northeast of here. Seek him out, and he'll tell you what to do. I'll get around to that eventually. Hey there, Socles. Welcome, friend, to Aganorosis. I am Socles, and I manage this region under the authority of Chief Hermes, the head overseer of Elpis. And you are... how unusual. A soul-bearing familiar. A familiar must have a mission, and yet you offer no message, carry no cargo? Are you perhaps here for purposes of observation? Yes, that must be it. In which case, you need only mention my name to Charmian, and she will gladly give you a tour of our domain. Just soak it all in. A familiar and all alone, I see. Look how thin you are. If your remaining aether were to be exhausted, you'd simply fade from existence. We wouldn't want that now, would we? I suggest you visit the morning dew. You'll find the winds blowing in from Leith most invigorating. Perhaps while you're there, you might seek out a friend of mine and invite him to share a meal with me. If it's not too much to ask, that is. We'll grab this one and then we'll continue with the missions. Pompous creator, I can already tell I'm going to like you. And then, what in the blazes are you doing here? Hold on. You seem thinner somehow. You have much in common with him. It's clear you're not one of us. A familiar, perhaps. That's what people tell me. I suppose it's just like him to send one of his minions to poke his nose into our affairs. Since you're here, instead of hanging around like a bad smell, why don't you make yourself useful? I want you to take this latest work of mine, a new variety of fruit, to my colleagues. In the meantime, I'll be cultivating more specimens in the chthonic horns. Yes, you heard that correctly. Cultivating, not simply conjuring with creation magics. The fruit I produce is a labor of love. Now, with my newest masterpiece so close to completion, I have my fellow researchers sample its delights. I wish to hear their impressions before making final adjustments. Unfortunately, for all their wisdom, I find them intolerable at the best of times, never mind when they're critiquing my work. For that reason, I would have you go in my stead. And be quick about it, lest the fruit spoil as a result of your dawdling. So we'll go over here and give a welcome. Again, this feels very much like the moon theme. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, bum, bum. Not the same, just very, very similar. What a pleasant surprise. You must be one of those anatomically inexplicable familiars. You must be one of the most anatomically inexplicable familiars I've ever seen. Addercrum chose a representative well, it would appear. As a matter of fact, I too have an errand to ask of you, namely the delivery of these concepts. I brought them all the way from Agamekik and Ida. 3 aquatic fauna specimens from the words of Mitran, and 1 flora sample from the words of Hermerat. All very fascinating, as my counterparts here will soon discover. It would also be prudent to remind Enderdome not to let their captivating nature distract her from making her observations. Well then, no time like the present. Man, as cool as this bird is in the air, kind of pathetic on ground. Hey there, Charmian. Yes. Oh, what can I do for you? Well, you know, this, that, and the other. Pieter, was it? An overseer of Sokolis wishes me to act as your guide. Oh. Oh, no, I didn't mean it like that. I'd be more than happy to show you around. Simply wondering why the overseer chose to send you to me, of all people. I haven't been here long myself, truth be told. Until quite recently, I was wholly engaged in a prolonged research project at the Academia Nider. Surely there's others, more experienced individuals who could provide a more comprehensive... this grumbling is hardly constructive now, is it? Task was given it to me, and I will attempt to cover the most salient features of our faculties to the best of my abilities. After all, it's not every day that one is asked to indulge the curiosity of such a rare and fascinating visitor. We can commence the tour at this very moment, if you like.
Tell me.
And let us begin. You know, rather than have me lecture you as we walk along, I think observing firsthand what we do here at Agnosis will prove more beneficial. To point you in the right direction, you can question my colleagues at your heart's content. Once we've completed the circuit, we can return and speak to Overseer Socles. He is now accompanying you. Are you lost, little familiar? I have nameless red fruits for you. For me? Oh, well, yes, I'd love to try a piece. I don't mean to be rude, but it smells somewhere between rather foul and positively revolting. It's so bitter, it's practically inedible. More important, however, is the question of whether this fruit would serve its intended function. If wild animals cannot bring themselves to eat it, the seeds will never be spread. I can't imagine this creation being improved in its current state. Charmian. Oh, and who's your friend? I'm Peter. Phasm's familiar? Oh, you appear so astute and deliberate in your thinking. I should very much like to make an extended study of your composition and consciousness. Would you mind a minor... I would really like to dissect you. Oh well, do forgive my forwardness. It's my duty to chart the behavior of familiars, and I find it ever so diverting. Arcane servants are rarely permitted to roam the world at will, you see, but our research here is given special dispensation once the subjects are properly registered as concepts, of course. There are times when familiars are tasked with tending cattle or must otherwise coexist with other living beings. Such projects are brought to me, and I am responsible for observing and evaluating their potential compatibilities. Oh, but of course, if Azim might grant us permission, then you could abide here for a few years while I analyze. And on that note, we really must be moving along. Step lively, Pieter.
Yeah, so we get away from that guy. He really was looking like he wanted to examine my innards.
Oh, you wish to speak with me?
Here, have a fruit. I'm told they're revolting.
My impressions? Very well.
Good gracious, what is this?
Oh, it's so outrageously bitter. Something akin to a wave of icy cold has spread through my entire body. Well, I certainly wouldn't eat this out of choice, but it could be made into a medicine for staving off the heat in arid environments. Maybe. Who do we have here? A familiar of some kind, judging by a etherical structure.
That's what they tell me.
Oh, yes, I'm accompanying Peter here on a tour of the Agnosis at the behest of the Overseer. A tour? Well, feel free to wander as you please, of course. I advise keeping your distance from the larger creatures. The fauna I have been under observation occupy the top tier of the food chain, and well, they would not take kindly to intruders in their territory, especially the specimens found on other islands. They can be exceedingly hostile. While I am sure you are quite capable of defending yourself, no one appreciates a surprise tusk through the abdomen, huh? Thank you for the warning. We'll proceed with due caution. You're the familiar who arrived with them at Selkin Hedvelitus, yes? What do we have here?
I want you to try this fruit. It's absolutely disgusting.
New species of fruit, huh? Let's hope it tastes better than it looks. Oh, my word. Oh, what an unpleasant flavor. Equal parts bitter and musty and tart. Oh, not entirely unpleasant. I'm curious to know how such a thing was created. No idea. Went from the seed to the cephalic horns, you say? In my experience, leaving such things to nature leads to wildly varying results. To have bred such a specimen must have been incredibly time-consuming, and not to mention inefficient. Hey there, Eurodome. No, Eurodome. Trust our guest was as enamored with you as I am? Here's some crystallized concepts for you. New concepts for us. Oh, and fascinating to the point of being distracting. Ah, what an odd thing to warn me about. Though it does all sound rather intriguing. The Academia Nider always produces concepts of the most outstanding quality, and I'm eager to learn what treats they have in store for this occasion. Let me see. In the words of Mitron, we have what seems to be an aquatic mollusk, capable of storing ether in its shell. You can only guess as to what purpose that could serve, but I dare say all will become abundantly clear in due course. Oh yeah, pearls are awesome. Oh, I do apologize. I already find myself mesmerized by these concepts, just as your visitor predicted. For your part in bringing me these wonders, you have my thanks. Hey there, Blasty. Hello, Charmian. Was there something? The overseer asked that I give this familiar a tour of the grounds, and I thought the best way to do that would to show him what we do here firsthand. Oh, I see. Well, as my work is rather difficult to demonstrate, I hope a brief explanation will suffice. Our creations are many and varied, but I mainly preside over the plant life. When it comes to watching certain grasses grow, one must be prepared to observe over the course of several years, and in the case of trees, sometimes decades. Tedious, perhaps, yet necessary. Plants are capable of altering an entire habitat, and their presence as a food source is an enormous influence on the local wildlife. Was that the sort of thing you wished to know? Well, yes, that was perfect. Thank you. I think we've covered the main areas of interest. All that's left now is to speak with Overseer Soklus. Alright, well, first, let's get off this ways. Wait, Charmian, are you still with me? You are. I'd rather do this first, actually. I don't want to lose you by some chance. Hello, Softness. I see you completed your tour. Almost. We spoke with those in charge of various facets of agronosis, but I thought it'd be fitting to end this visit where it began, with you, Overseer Soklus. I see. Well, what is your impression of the work we do here? It requires equal levels of passion and patience. I'm glad we could help you further your worldly education. And I'm glad to see you enjoyed the experience. At least, I hope you did. You're truly a masterpiece of creation. Only a soul-bearing familiar could demonstrate such robust cognitive and cognitive facilities. Were you perhaps designed to inspire others? I feel something special has been woven into your aura. I don't know. You've an intriguing presence, to say the least. Please, stay a while. Share more of your thoughts with us. Yes, I second the invitation. In all the long years I've resided here, never have I encountered such a unique entity. And one of Azim's, no less. Yeah, I guess. Peter, how is our fascinating familiar friend? What is it about you that ignites my observer's soul? Well, now that we've been properly introduced, perhaps you could tell us more. Oh, yes, I'd very much like to know how you see the world, how everything, large or small, appears in your eyes. Oh, well, assuming you're amenable to the idea, you must join Charmian on another tour, this time to take a wider look at the surrounding facilities. Well, I'm interested in learning about you, too, as well. I see. Well, then we shall delight in teaching each other. But where to begin? Which facility do you suggest, Overseer? Huh. Well, any place you feel will best elicit a response from our guest, I guess. Right. Yes. Oh, of course. Well then, Pieter, come with me. We'll visit the arcane entities on the south side of Arenorsis. Yeah, we'll do that eventually. First, there's stuff up here I need to get done. So how much you want to bet that pompous creator is going to be horribly offended by the report we give him? Well, he's supposed to be here by now. Who might you be? Well, I'm Pieter Krolins. Apparently I'm a familiar. Oh, you're clearing the site in Phyllis' stead. Oh, that's very kind of you. Come on, let's get you on the Ampelios. Oh, once you've securely mounted, ride on yonder and sneeze in the bushes. The noise will scare away whatever creatures may be hiding. Boom, baby. In fact, with mighty sneeze sends the creatures in the bush scattering in panic. Nymphalis' mighty sneeze sends the creatures in the bush scattering in panic. Nymphalis' mighty sneeze sends the creatures in the bush scattering in panic. The creatures came running all the way here, frightened as they looked. I dare say they keep away from the site for a good while. For its hard work, I shall treat the Amphelis to a spot of sunbathing. Meanwhile, you should return to Phileas. I'm certain he will reward you too. Yeah, probably. Head to morning dew. We're closing in on needing to stop for lunch. Be able to get like a couple more of these missions done and then I'll have to stop. Hey there, carefree observer. What brings you here, oh friendly familiar? Relaxing, I guess? Time for a meal, huh? Yes, quite right. Thank you for reminding me. Still, a few more minutes here can't hurt, surely. I dare say you've noticed how refreshing it is to even stand in this idyllic spot. The air itself is permeated with rich ether. Come on. And the fine droplets from Livy's ease the aches from a hard day's work. Try a nice big stretch. I won't regret it. See what I mean? A wind through the leaves, the waterfall's soothing spray. There's really nothing quite like it. In our busy day-to-day lives, it's all too easy to forget to look after ourselves. Naturally, that includes familiars. Speaking of which, I'd best get something to eat, as you so kindly came here to tell me. As you seem new to these parts, my friend will probably be wondering whether you've lost your way. Go and put his mind at ease, would you? We'll get this last thing clicked, and then we will stop for lunch. Hey there, Phidias. Welcome back, Peter. Thanks to you, the site has been nicely cleared, and we can release our new creation. It's a species of ambulatory plant, must you wonder? While these have been popular of late, this one dwarfs the rest, a veritable tree that can use its branches like hands to catch prey. It sets my heart aflutter just thinking about it. My thanks again. And if there's any other exciting tasks, I'll be certain to let you know. Cool. Thanks, Beth. Alright. We'll stop here for lunch. I should be back in about 30 minutes. If I don't see you again, thanks so much for stopping by. I hope you have a wonderful day. And if I do see you again, I'll see you in a minute.